guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is suspending his presidential campaign, making the announcement in a video posted on X. DeSantis says he is now endorsing former President Donald Trump in the race.
It's clear to me that a majority of Republican primary voters want to give Donald Trump another chance. They watch his presidency get stymied by relentless resistance, and they see Democrats using lawfare this day to attack him. Well, I've had disagreements with Donald Trump, such as on the coronavirus pandemic and his elevation of Anthony Fauci. Trump is superior to the current incumbent, Joe Biden. That is clear.
President Biden is continuing to blame Congress and not his policies regarding the ongoing border crisis. During an annual winter conference for U.S. mayors at the White House, the administration faces pressure to send more federal resources.
Over and over, I've asked for resources to step up action at the border. In October, I asked Congress to fund for funding that would add another 22,000 additional border agents and officers, hundreds of new immigration judges to make the judgments on the spot, a new detection equipment to stop fentanyl from coming into the country.
The Biden administration is forgiving nearly $5 billion in student debt for around 74,000 Americans. The White House saying more than half of the borrowers eligible for the debt relief are teachers, nurses, firefighters, and others who worked in public sector jobs for more than a decade. It's the latest rounds of debt cancellation since the Supreme Court struck down President Biden's sweeping student loan forgiveness program. Israel has discovered an underground camp that at one point held around 20 hostages. It was found at the end of a kilometer-long booby-trapped tunnel in the southern part of the Gaza Strip. The Israeli military describing the holding area as having 5 narrow rooms. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
The New Hampshire primary is days away, so candidates are pushing for last-minute votes. While President Biden is not even on the ballot, Democratic presidential candidate Dean Phillips from Minnesota shares why he thinks he should win and why he got into the election on Fox News.
70% of our country does not want a Biden-Trump rematch. So why are not more Democrats running for president? That's why I'm here.
President Biden is facing historically low approval numbers. The administration is holding out hope that a peace agreement can be reached in the Middle East. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
President Biden still believes there can be a solution between Israel and Palestine. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby told reporters that Biden made those comments to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, but they do not want the president using a certain phrase.
When you use the phrase river to the sea, it speaks basically to the mantra of Hamas and in their manifesto, where they basically describe the geographic bounds of what they believe to be Palestine. And if you look at it on the map, if you go look at the four corners that they describe it, it's basically the state of Israel. They just don't believe it should exist.
The comments come after Netanyahu rejected the idea for a Palestinian state once the conflict in Gaza is over.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, would you looky there? According to my calendar, and the clock says we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means another weekend in the books. Boy, they go by quick, don't they? So here we go. Let's kick off a brand new week. We will settle in, make our way into the 22nd day of January. Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios on a very crisp, clear night. 14 degrees. I'm singing outside the secret bunker. And we'll drop a few more through the overnight hours. But I'm anxiously anticipating a bit of a warming trend. Yeah, things are beginning to warm up. in parts of the country. We've got a nasty, icy mess unfolding. Not good news for travelers. Of all the various precipitation types, the freezing rain, the icing scenario, that is the worst. And we've got winter storm warnings, ice storm warnings, and winter weather advisories once again extending from northern Texas all the way up into the Chicago area, northern Indiana, and the southernmost reaches of Michigan. That's our next plume of moisture, but with the temperatures just right there below the freezing mark at the ground level, but warmer temperatures several thousand feet up into the atmosphere. That's where you get the freezing rain. It comes down in the liquid form and freezes on contact with pretty much everything. Big concerns in south central portions of Missouri. Significant icing in the forecast. And also in northwestern portions of Arkansas, the accompanying counties in northeastern portions of Oklahoma. Based on what I'm seeing on the radar returns, we're seeing a lot of those pinks, purples. That's various varieties of freezing rain, maybe some sleet pellets mixed in. The icing is really underway. Eastern Oklahoma at this point in time, everything pretty much east of Oklahoma City, beginning to see some of that icy mix falling over into parts of Missouri and into, again, the expected areas of Arkansas. You get into northern Missouri, it's still cold enough where it's plain old snow hitting the ground there. Right in the wake of our latest Arctic air mass, a reinforcing Arctic air mass that invaded the country over the weekend. As we close out the weekend, the tide will begin to turn on the weather maps. We're looking for a January thaw this week for many areas east of the Rockies. But as those temperatures begin to trend upward, moisture and storms will lead to additional areas of snow, ice. Some areas it'll be heavy rain and a lot of fog, all of which can lead to travel problems. Greatest wintry concern as we start the new week for travelers in the Midwest and the Northeast. Temperatures begin to trend upward pretty substantially this week from the pit of the cold we saw over the weekend. Some areas will warm 20 to 30 degrees higher over the course of 24 hours. After low temperatures in the single digits Sunday morning, Chicago, for example, you may reach the 30s every day from Monday to at least Wednesday this week. After a low of 20 degrees Saturday night in New York City, looks like you'll be reaching into the 40s for your Monday. Portions of the south central and southeastern states climbing well into the 50s and 60s. But this upcoming pattern will have some issues as the cold air tries to linger in some locations across the north and on various surfaces where the air temperatures can rise. With the ground starting well below the freezing mark, and in areas where snow-packed roads and sidewalks remain, any moisture from fog or rain can cause sheets of clear ice to develop. Yes, some of the first ice-related problems are developing over parts of the southern plains and the Mississippi Valley as we head into Sunday night, Monday morning. This is the first batch of moisture that's going to encounter the cold ground. For the first several hours of the rain, it's going to be freezing, building up on exposed surfaces from northern Texas, again, all the way into parts of Illinois. Yeah, it may take till later Monday for the ground to warm up in Missouri, and maybe even Monday night for conditions to improve in much of Illinois. Greatest chance for enough of the ice to build up to bring down trees and power lines is the Ozark Mountains overnight into Monday morning. Ice may not be the only problem for the southern plains and the lower portions of the Mississippi Valley. Data suggests that part of that zone from central and eastern Texas to western Tennessee may see another 4 to 6 inches of snow, and some areas may be up to 8 inches. We're talking a lot of rain as well. Rain will be enough to trigger some flash flooding in these drought areas even. Further to the north, the effects of the cold ground with the cold air putting up more resistance will lead to more wintry problems. That same initial surge of moisture will bring areas of rain, some ice and snow from the upper Midwest to the Northeast from Monday night to Wednesday. Localized pockets of ice to impact locations from Northeast Texas, eventually all the way into parts of Michigan and Pennsylvania. The significant icing that's going to be occurring overnight as we speak from southeastern Oklahoma into central Missouri. Most of the wintry precip in the Northeast will be near and north of I-80. Could see some pockets of ice possible further south through the Appalachians. That icy mixture may bring, obviously, slippery roads and sidewalks. To complicate matters even more in the Northeast, a small push of cold air from the Arctic is going to race across southern Canada here in the first half of the week. That's why the warming trend may end as wintry precipitation from parts of Michigan to upstate New York on into New England. Even in areas along the Ohio River and some of the I-95 corridor in the mid-Atlantic, the milder and more moist air flowing over the cold ground can produce a lot of fog, low clouds, and even what they call ground sweat, which can dampen the ground even if it's not raining. The fog may slow travel on the highways and the airports due to the drizzle or condensation. Patches of ice can develop on those colder, untreated surfaces. Fog, and in some cases, some freezing fog may be a concern. Meanwhile, I mentioned a lot of rain that will be in the mix with a plume of moisture that's going to be pushing into the south central and southeastern states this week. Too much of a good thing for some areas. So we'll break that down for you coming up here. Rolling into a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Hello to Philly Dan out of the box here. It is that time again. Hope everyone had a great weekend. You as well, Philly Dan, the city of brotherly love. Good afternoon. Larry says, hammer down and be safe. We're at 25 degrees, Nyack, New York. Marianne checks in this Monday morning. Copy the mail. Hello, 5-7. Pappy, nocturnal listeners, it's the greatest day of the week. Saddle up. It's the midnight hour. Time to tune in to the overnight drive. We're at 15 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. What's the temperature deep beneath the Earth's crust, where Mr. Summers has the controls on the Hotshot Secret Hidden Bunker? It's 844-844-3388. That's the direct line. Steve will pick up the red phone and put you over the airwaves all over this great country and beyond. Sit back, throw a piece of lumber in the fireplace, crank it up. Are you with me? Well, there's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 23 degrees, Spartanburg, South Carolina tonight. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck headed south for Augusta at a high rate of speed. Congratulations to the Detroit Lions for punching their ticket to Santa Clara. A special Palmetto State shout-out to the home state hero, the trucking icon Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger. Will we hear from the Monkey Gouger as we get a new week underway? I think it's about time that he gets back out there on the road. What do you say? Hello, it's the lovely Dingbat here, just chilling around the house trying to behave while Brain Dead's just doing what the work I'm looking for. Oh, that's right, work. Deliver groceries. I know he's listening in, told me after I dropped him off tonight that he'll call in later this morning, and I will as well. All right, hope all's well. And, have you found out any travel agents to get my money back from all that cold weather last week? There you go. And how many days till Christmas? Asking for a friend. Thank you much, Dingbat. So, Brain Dead's out there. I saw he posted a little piece about truck drivers. Truck drivers, what's the difference between a truck driver and a trucker? I printed that off. I thought that was rather interesting. I don't think he actually wrote it, but he shared a pretty good piece, which holds a lot of truth. and we'll share that coming up here. Again, meanwhile, 844-844-3388, the number to dial for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, as we entered the weekend, it was down to 8 teams remaining, vying for an opportunity to make it to the Super Bowl. And now we're down to 4. How about that weekend football? Baltimore Ravens took care of business 34-10 over those Houston Texans Saturday evening. Meanwhile, 49ers knock off the Packers. That was a good game. As always, a little bit of controversy, but Lions over the Buccaneers this past day, 31-23. And the Kansas City Chiefs knock off those Buffalo Bills in Buffalo, 27-24 the final. That takes us next weekend to the Conference Championships. So next Sunday, that'll be game number 1, 3 p.m. The Chiefs will face off against those Baltimore Ravens. Followed later at 6:30 in the evening Eastern, Lions versus 49ers. Which of those 4 will punch a ticket to the Super Bowl? Coming up on February the 11th. All right, we will find out. Should be a couple of good games coming our way next weekend. Well, Cap and Ron, are we feeling a bit better after your bout of COVID? Thanks so much to the wife, I'm sure.
Yeah, thanks to the wife. I just took a COVID test Thursday evening just for shits kebab and giggles.
Yeah.
And turns out I was positive for COVID. I only had runny nose and a little bit of congestion and a little bit of tired, but I wasn't really feeling that bad. So I called my boss. I thought they were going to make me quarantine for 5 days. They made my wife quarantine for 5 days. But they didn't have anybody to cover the route, and I basically don't see anybody at night. So here I am.
Okay.
Out here on the greatest day of the week.
All right, the greatest day of the week.
I don't know when I got it. Or anything. I like I said, it just feels like a cold to me. It's a little bit tireder than usual.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing. They wouldn't even prescribe me the Paxlovid because I didn't have severe enough symptoms, and I'd had both vaccinations and boosters, is what they claim. Of course, I think it was one of them doctors that all aboard for the shot.
Right.
My wife only missed the last booster, and she got it. That was her second time. But anyway, I'm predicting the Lions and Ravens for the Super Bowl, with the Ravens coming out on top.
Okay.
I know I'm not no Mr. Football, as Big Ed wanted to call him, but that's just my thought. I mean, I lived 40 miles outside of Detroit for years, and we've had decades of bad football from the Lions.
Yes,
you know, and
yes.
I gave up on them years ago. I mean, they had Joey Harrington, and then they had that broke down John Kitna for quarterback, and then Stafford had moments of brilliance, but it's been decades of bad football for the Lions. You know, I'm happy to see them, but I don't know if anybody's got an answer for that Baltimore quarterback. Jackson, I think's his name.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar Jackson. I don't know. They're going to be tough to beat. But that's my prediction. I don't want no Swifty Chiefs going to the Super Bowl. But you know what I mean?
Yes, sir. I sure do.
I don't like the distraction. Every time Kelsey catches the ball, they zero in on Taylor Swift.
Yep.
Other than that, and then my governor pulled out of the presidential race.
How about that? Yeah. What do you think? And then even more surprisingly, actually endorsing Donald Trump. That kind of surprised me.
Right. Yeah. Well, nothing on Nikki Haley though, right? I mean, she's still in, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I don't know what to say. I don't know what to think, because he polled better than Nikki Haley did. I thought. I don't know.
Well, he finished second in, of course, Iowa, the caucus there. He's in New Hampshire. He wasn't polling well at all. He was in the single digits with that primary coming up Tuesday there. So, yeah, with him actually withdrawing from the race, that may, if he was polling somewhere between 5 and 8% in New Hampshire. So I think he knew he was going to get kind of embarrassed there. That should actually boost Trump's vote. I think DeSantis voters would be more inclined to vote for Trump versus Nikki Haley.
Right. But your news said that like 70% of the country doesn't want another Biden-Trump showdown.
Correct. Very, very true.
But there's no other Democrat candidates, is there?
None that anybody's really paying any attention to. You heard the one guy there in the break trying to talk about why more Democrats aren't running, because just that reason. 70% don't want Biden. But
right. But yet they're endorsing him. I can't figure it out. But anyway, such as it is, I guess that's about all I've got for now. Appreciate you taking my call.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for checking in on the greatest day of the week. Enjoy your Monday. Yeah, typically early on Sundays, I'll get in the studio and start doing some prep early on, because that makes it a little easier come Sunday evening. I get a lot of business taken care of. Then, of course, come in and brush up on things I may have missed. One of the items that I caught early Sunday was Ron DeSantis was slated to appear on a handful of the Talking Head Sunday morning programs. He was slated to be on CNN's State of the Union. He was supposed to be on NBC's Meet the Press. But both of those networks announced DeSantis had pulled out of those interviews for Sunday morning. And that kind of caught me. I said, something's amiss there, right? When you're counting down to the New Hampshire, the opportunity to get on, mainstream media for what it's worth. Meet the Press moderator posted on Saturday that DeSantis pulled out of his Sunday appearance due to what a person familiar with the campaign said was a last-minute schedule change. Now, he was in South Carolina and had scheduled an event in Manchester, New Hampshire for this past evening. But obviously, everything kind of changed as the day progressed. Now, here's the numbers you were asking about there, Captain Ron DeSantis. Has been in South Carolina. He was polling in South Carolina at 9.4% compared to just 5.9% in New Hampshire. The numbers just were not looking good. So, of course, as the day progressed, word comes down. Ron DeSantis suspending his presidential campaign Sunday afternoon, actually endorsing then former President Donald Trump, proclaiming him to be a superior candidate over Joe Biden. We'll get more on that coming up. First, a news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Millions of Americans are waking up freezing today as another Arctic blast is in the eastern half of the country. Wind chill alerts stretch from Montana to Florida with freeze warnings in effect across the South and Gulf Coast. Folks in the Great Lakes and Northeast are also cleaning up after lake effect snow. Overall, nearly 60 weather deaths have been reported across the United States in the last week. Panera Bread's caffeinated charged lemonade drinks are at the center of another lawsuit. A woman filing a lawsuit in Delaware last week alleging that she suffers long-term and permanent cardiac issues after drinking charged lemonade. Two previous lawsuits blamed the lemonade for the deaths of a Florida man and a college student. And President Biden has nothing on his public schedule. He remains at his beach house in Delaware. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Monday morning. Closing out the weekend. Work our way into a brand new day, brand new week. Trust you had a good weekend. Hello to Kevin. Check it in. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight crew. Dennis says the Democrats are going to bring in none other than Michelle, a.k.a. Mike Obama, at the DNC convention to face off against Trump. They know that that's the only chance they'll have to win. Meanwhile, Biden at his beach house in Delaware. What a joke. In the meantime, Michelle and the Dems are plotting their plan. But, back to DeSantis. This past day, posting via X the official announcement that he's dropping out of the race right on the eve of the New Hampshire primary. Declaring nobody worked harder. We left it all out on the field. Now, I went on to say if there was anything he could have done to make his campaign more successful, he would have done it. He said, I'm proud to have delivered on 100% of his promises. I will not stop now. But it's clear to me a majority of Republican primary voters want to give Donald Trump another chance. They watched his presidency get stymied by relentless resistance, and they see Democrats using lawfare to this day to attack him. While I've had disagreements with Donald Trump, such as the COVID pandemic and his elevation of Anthony Fauci, Trump is superior to the current incumbent Joe Biden. That is clear, he said. He has my endorsement, because we can't go back to the old Republican guard of yesteryear. Now, DeSantis bashed Nikki Haley as representing warmed-over corporatism. All right, so ending his campaign a few days after finishing in second place there in Iowa, but 20.1% of the vote, barely edging out Nikki Haley, but obviously the bigger story was 30 points behind Donald Trump. That's where we stand. So it is officially, I guess you could say, a two-person race on the Republican ticket. Interesting, in New Hampshire, Biden is not even on the ticket. They're not even doing the Democrat primary there in New Hampshire. But apparently that is one of those states where non-affiliated voters, which independents, Democrats, can actually go out and vote in the New Hampshire primary. That's be interesting to see maybe how many Democrats maybe show up at the polls Tuesday to support Nikki Haley. It'd be very interesting to see how that all unfolds. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Kind of a shocking headline Friday in the trucking headlines. Yeah, we have seen for a number of years now the proverbial revolving door at the head of the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. Didn't see this coming. Lo and behold, the FMCSA will soon have a new leader, confirming Robin Hutchison resigned her post, and she will be leaving the agency this Friday, I guess it is, the 26th. Sue Lawless, the FMCSA's executive director and chief safety officer, will now take the helm as the acting deputy administrator. It's been the most profound honor to serve in the Biden-Harris administration. I'm grateful to President Biden for appointing me to these roles, says Hutchinson. I thank Secretary Buttigieg for his leadership and confidence and recognize the dedicated team of professionals at the Department of Transportation who work hand in hand with industry partners to serve the American people and keep our country moving forward. Now, she was just confirmed as the FMCSA administrator September of 22. Actually started in an acting capacity January of 22. No official reason for her departure was given. Simple statement says, we thank Administrator Hutchinson for her service to our nation and her efforts to keep America's roadways safe for truckers and all road users, was the statement from OOIDA. We wish her well and look forward to working with the new leadership. Now, in addition to Hutchison's departure, the FMCSA Deputy Administrator Earl Adams Jr. also left the agency in recent weeks. The back-to-back resignations mean Lawless will assume leadership of the department until President Biden nominates someone for the role. Lawless became an assistant administrator for the FMCSA just this past September, but she's actually been with the agency since 2001. Now, recall we had that House hearing recently where Hutchison drew some criticism last month regarding their attempts to mandate speed limiters on heavy-duty trucks. During that hearing, Representative Troy Nehls of Texas questioned the ethics of Hutchison for delivering a keynote speech at a fundraiser, an event for the Truck Safety Coalition, which was a major supporter, a major proponent of the speed limiters. So she's speaking at that event while the rulemaking process is ongoing. He said, quote, I believe you were the keynote speaker at a high-dollar fundraiser dubbed a soiree, sponsored by labor unions, trial attorneys, large trucking companies. All of these stakeholders have been pressuring your agency to select a speed limiter rule set at 60 miles per hour. Do you believe it hurts the credibility of the rulemaking process by keynoting a fundraiser for advocates on one side of the issue while this regulation is actually under consideration? Now, she said the agency doesn't discuss the contents of a potential rule during conversations with stakeholders. Now, the agency also received criticism for announcing that the top speed for its speed limiter proposal would be 68 miles per hour. Recall that was posted on their website and literally rescinded hours later. During that hearing, going back to last month, Hutchinson said the FMCSA had not determined its proposed top speed for that speed limiter rulemaking. So where do we go from here, right? Lawless will be the fifth different person to lead the FMCSA since Ray Martinez stepped down from his permanent role in October of 2019. Yeah, we've been through Jim Mullen, followed by Wiley Deck. We had Mira Joshi directing the agency in interim roles before Hutchinson was confirmed in September of 22. Now, while business as usual is largely expected from the FMCSA, especially regarding rulemakings mandated by Congress, it is not clear what effects the change in leadership would have on these efforts for things like the speed limiters. Under Hutchinson's leadership, the FMCSA elected to resurrect a 2016 speed limiter rulemaking back in May of 22 without any directive from Congress. Many lawmakers criticized the proposal for creating the unsafe speed differentials between the cars and the trucks and for taking away a state's right to determine safe speeds for their own roads. Now, in addition, the agency's advance notice of proposed rulemaking did receive about 15,000 comments, most of which were from truck drivers opposed, as we know, to a speed limiter mandate. So according to the Department of Transportation's agenda, the FMCSA was supposed to unveil the next step of the speed limiter rulemaking process shortly after Christmas. That was anticipated by the end of last year. It was supposed to come about on the 29th. They did not, obviously, meet that deadline. The proposal still has not been sent to the White House Office of Management and Budget for review, which, when that does finally happen, whenever it does, that process oftentimes takes additional months to proceed. So kind of a shakeup at the FMCSA. Don't really know exactly what's going on behind the scenes. But, well, hello to Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve. Happy Thursday, or is it Monday or Tuesday? Heck, I forgot. Things at the warehouse have gone from the normal craziness to insane as whoever has the pencil went on vacation. A lot of stores around here are empty. Plus, now there's a boil water notice for the city of Memphis. For me, it's a 3-stop frozen load night around the city. Yeah, to see what else I can get into, I'll try to call in a bit here. All right, I had not seen the boil water advisory. I know with all the snow the snow shut things down. Brain Dead was out several nights last week. Yeah, not delivering the groceries. So they're trying to play catch up. And I guess, I don't know, are you in the mix for some of this wintry precip? Yeah, it looks like at this point most of the advisories I'm seeing currently are west of the Memphis area. You get back into central portions of Arkansas. Not sure if any of those are going to creep over to the Memphis area or not. In the meantime, it is 844-844-3388. On Monday, jump on in the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Coming up, we'll get some of the other industry headlines. Hello to Miss Debbie, checking in from Indiana. 18 degrees at this hour. But starting to warm up a bit, 35 for a Monday high. Hoping everybody stays safe out there tonight, especially my special driver. Have a magnificent Monday. Well, thank you so much, Miss Debbie. Yeah, it's hard to believe. It may not seem like it, but the Mid-America Truck Show is right at 2 months away. And now is the time to register for free if you plan to attend the big event. This year's Mid-America Truck Show, March 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. According to the breakdown, anticipating nearly 900 exhibitors, more than 55,000 attendees expected for this 52nd edition of the Mid-America Truck Show. You know, over the years, we had seen the numbers creeping up, and there were a few years we were in the 70 to 80,000 attendees range. Numbers have dropped off a bit. I can't help but wonder if some of that has to do with the big OEMs. The actual manufacturers, many of them not attending the Mid-America Truck Show in recent years. I mean, after, we go like 3 years without a Mid-America. And then even last year and the year before, I don't think the OEMs, there were a couple last year, Kenworth, or this year, I guess, 23, that was last year. The 23, Kenworth was celebrating their 100th anniversary, so they were there, but you know, a number of the big OEMs, I'm not understanding exactly why they're not attending. Either way, the Paul K. Young Truck Beauty Championship will be held for the 33rd consecutive year. As always, educational talks, rides and drives. Of course, the concert, I haven't seen whether they've announced who's going to be performing this year for typically the Friday night concert. Let's see, organizers have said they're still looking for some speakers on a range of subject matter, including equipment, government regulations, maintenance, technology, and more. If you might be interested in becoming a speaker, at some of the forums there, you need to submit the online form at the Truck Show's website, which is Trucking Show, truckingshow.com, all one word. MATS is the one event on the industry calendar that brings the entire industry together face-to-face, see all the latest innovations, collaborate to define the future of trucking, according to Toby Young, who is president of the Mid-America Truck Show. MATS, the best opportunity for more than tens of thousands of trucking professionals to experience hands-on demonstrations, find solutions to improve your business. So that early registration is now up and running. The free early bird registration ends on February the 28th. Again, if you'd like to register online as well, it's truckingshow.com. You'll find the form right there. Good morning, Ed.
Hey, how's it going, Steve? Hey, this weekend I was off and I was trying to figure out because my wife wants to go on the Aruba cruise. So I was on the website for the cruise and I was talking to the administrator there. I ain't gonna mention his name. He knows who he is. But anyway, I asked him. I said, I asked him if there was any cabins the other day, and he come back and he said, well, he sent me a link to it, and the link never come through. And I messaged him back, and I said, well, the link never come through. And then he finally sent me the link, but it wasn't with the prices or anything. It was just a link to book the room. So I ain't gonna book a room if I don't know what the price of the cruise was. So
well, there's a phone. There's a phone number on there to call, Ed. I mean, you can call Stephanie.
Well, there was, yeah, I know, but the link that he sent me was just to book the room.
Yeah.
It didn't have no phone number, nothing on it.
Well, I saw the link, Ed. I've shared it a dozen times on my page, Ed. I don't know why you're having such a difficult time figuring it out.
Well, I couldn't find nowhere on neither one of them where things where the link was on the cruise. Well, anyway, I just asked him a couple questions, about what all did it include.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of explained. He said it includes a cocktail party and something about a motel or something. And I asked him. I said, well, was that an open bar or what is it?
Yeah, the cocktail party. The cocktail parties are. I mean, you always have beer. Typically. Yeah, it's an open bar. We have to. Myself and my wife have to select, depending on the number of people and what the cocktail. But you typically select, 2 or 3 types of drinks, like margarita, daiquiri. You pick whatever your drinks that are going to be available for the 1-hour cocktail parties. We haven't picked those yet.
Okay. Well, that was understandable there, and I just asked him, how much is it? And I said, I can go through the Carnival website and book the same cruise on the Carnival website.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I said. I just was comparing them to see which one. And for some reason, they blocked me off the website, off the Facebook page. They just totally took me off the Facebook page.
Well, Ed, I think it's because you've been asking and asking redundantly. And like I said, we share the link over and over. And we begin to wonder if you're just kind of messing with people or trying to waste people's time.
Well, no, I wasn't trying to waste people's time because I wasn't trying to waste people's time. So I'm going on the cruise. I booked it on Carnival.
Okay, well that's you won't be a part of the group.
You can finance it.
Yes, you can. Well, I mean, all you had to do was make a deposit, Ed. I mean, for our cruise, people can still make a deposit.
Well,
you don't have to pay it in full. Ed, I think Ed is trolling. I do believe he's just trolling. I don't think he has any intention of booking that cruise. He's just. Yeah, I've seen your conversations. Everyone has tried to share that link with you, and it's not that difficult. And yes, our package includes the prepaid gratuities. It includes the taxes and the port fees. All those things are not included in the price if you go to the Carnival website. A lot of times people get confused about this. You go to carnival.com and say, well, they're showing cabins starting at $500. Go ahead and book your cabin. If you really did, I'd go ahead and book it, and then you're going to find out all those things that we have included in our price are not on the price they show you initially. Lo and behold, you'll see that there is absolutely no markup on the price that we had set for these cabins this year. So there you go. Ed, it's not that difficult. Sometimes people just try to make it harder than it actually is. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. Hey, one thing I do know, it's only 58 days till spring. I'm ready for that. We're looking at about a minute before news break. And it's 844-844-3388. Other trucking news coming up this year. The largest truck stop in the world is going to be celebrating a big milestone this year. This will be the 60th anniversary, 60 years in operation in 2024. Yes, this year, the Iowa 80 truck stop, Walcott, Iowa, going to be marking the 60th year anniversary. They always put on their Walcott Jamboree, but they break down some of the history. The Iowa 80, proud to have never shut their doors, never since the first day they opened in 1964. If you could imagine that. There are no keys to the doors. None have ever been needed, according to the company announcement. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So a little more on Iowa 80 coming up here. Meanwhile, room for you. Back to work Monday. It is 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is suspending his presidential campaign, making the announcement in a video posted on X. DeSantis says he is now endorsing former President Donald Trump in the race.
It's clear to me that a majority of Republican primary voters want to give Donald Trump another chance. They watch his presidency get stymied by relentless resistance, and they see Democrats using lawfare this day to attack him. Well, I've had disagreements with Donald Trump, such as on the coronavirus pandemic and his elevation of Anthony Fauci. Trump is superior to the current incumbent, Joe Biden. That is clear.
President Biden is continuing to blame Congress and not his policies regarding the ongoing border crisis. During an annual winter conference for U.S. mayors at the White House, the administration faces pressure to send more federal resources.
Over and over, I've asked for resources to step up action at the border. In October, I asked Congress to fund for funding that would add another 22,000 additional border agents and officers, hundreds of new immigration judges to make the judgments on the spot, a new detection equipment to stop fentanyl from coming into the country.
The Biden administration is forgiving nearly $5 billion in student debt for around 74,000 Americans. The White House saying more than half of the borrowers eligible for the debt relief are teachers, nurses, firefighters, and others who worked in public sector jobs for more than a decade. It's the latest rounds of debt cancellation since the Supreme Court struck down President Biden's sweeping student loan forgiveness program. Israel has discovered an underground camp that at one point held around 20 hostages. It was found at the end of a kilometer-long booby-trapped tunnel in the southern part of the Gaza Strip. The Israeli military describing the holding area as having 5 narrow rooms. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The New Hampshire primary is days away, so candidates are pushing for last-minute votes. While President Biden is not even on the ballot, Democratic presidential candidate Dean Phillips from Minnesota shares why he thinks he should win and why he got into the election on Fox News.
70% of our country does not want a Biden-Trump rematch. So why are not more Democrats running for president? I did, and that's why I'm here.
President Biden is facing historically low approval numbers. This as Republican candidate Nikki Haley shares her thoughts on why she believes she's a stronger candidate than former President Donald Trump.
It's not about liking Donald Trump or not. It's about the fact that we can't afford to not win in November. We can't afford to get this wrong. And when you look at those polls, I win every single swing state. Donald Trump does not. We can't have a President Kamala Harris.
Panera Bread's caffeinated charged lemonade drinks are at the center of another lawsuit. A woman filing a lawsuit in Delaware last week alleging that she suffers long-term and permanent cardiac issues after drinking charged lemonade. 2 previous lawsuits blamed the lemonade for the deaths of a Florida man and a college student. And President Biden has nothing on his public schedule. He remains at his beach house in Delaware. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go. Round number 2 as we kick off a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. Yeah, looking at some messy travel conditions out there. Ice is going to be the word as we start the new week. Some of this is going to be creeping right on up into a large portion of Illinois. You'll have a little ice and you'll have a little snow as well. First of all, the freezing rain. I'm looking at some of the models, the maps here. From as far north as Chicago all the way down to St. Louis, there's a zone where they're expecting anywhere from 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of ice accretion. So from St. Louis to Effingham to Champaign, Springfield, Peoria, Kankakee, all in that zone. Now, that's not normally enough to cause widespread power outages. When you get up to that quarter to a half inch definitely brings widespread power outages. A lot of trees coming down. There is a zone they're concerned about down into parts, I think of, was it Arkansas, where they said some areas could see 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch of ice accretion. Now, when you start approaching 3/4, man, oh man, the power outage numbers skyrocket. Looking at the timing here, the early Monday morning through late Tuesday afternoon for much of Illinois, waves of scattered mixed precipitation will traverse the state early Monday morning again through Tuesday afternoon. Some rain, some freezing rain, ice pellets, sleet, and even snow, all anticipated across portions of the state with this particular event. So there's your breakdown. You've got winter weather advisories for nearly the entire state of Illinois. It's just the south central and southeastern quarter of the state not under advisories, and those advisories extend right on up through much of Indiana, the northern 2/3 of the Hoosier State on up into northwestern portions of Ohio. But back at it as we get another hour underway. Closing out the weekend, here comes a Monday. Daniel says, good morning from Fargo, North Dakota. 20 degrees at this hour. Let's see. David says 24 degrees in balmy northeast Georgia this evening. Took the mud out for Pea Patrol, and now it's snooze time. All right. Have a good night. Our number, 844-844-3388. We left off talking about the world's largest truck stop, which is amazing. They never shut their doors from the first day of operation, celebrating 60 years this year. It's amazing to have reached this milestone, according to Delia Meyer. We're so fortunate to have such wonderful, dedicated employees, loyal customers. As part of the 60-year anniversary, Iowa 80 kind of looked back on how the truck stop was founded back in 1964. It was a very small operation way back when, 6 diesel pumps and a 50-seat restaurant on what would become exit 284. Bill Moon located the spot for Standard Oil before the interstate was completed. They built and opened the truck stop with Bill taking over management a year later, 1965. Years passed, and Interstate 80 was completed, and hundreds, then thousands of truckers and travelers stopped by Iowa 80 to get some fuel, grab a bite to eat, head on down the road. In 1984, Standard Oil at the time, which is now Amco, decided to sell the facility. Bill Moon, who'd been managing the place for nearly 20 years, jumped at the chance. He and his wife, Karen, leveraged everything they had, including borrowing money from friends to purchase Iowa 80. Once the Moon family owned Iowa 80, they could expand the building and add services as needed. Well, today, after 32 expansions and remodels, Iowa 80 is overseen by the second generation of the Moon family, who've dedicated their lives to provide a home away from home for the thousands who visit Iowa 80 on each passing day. Now, with a gift store, the Super Truck showroom, dentist, barber shop, chiropractor, workout room, laundry facilities, a 60-seat movie theater, Truckers Television Lounge, 24 private showers, many restaurant options, including the Iowa 80 Kitchen. You got the Wendy's, Dairy Queen, Orange Julius, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, Einstein Bagels, Caribou Coffee, Blimpie, and Chester's Chicken. The convenience store, the custom embroidery and vinyl shop, 42 BP-branded gas and diesel fueling positions at the main building, 34 high-speed diesel pumps for the truckers at the fuel center, a 7-bay truck service center, a 3-bay truck washing facility. You got the Catskill, the Dogomat Pet Wash, and the Iowa 80 Trucking Museum. I've never been to Iowa 80. It's on the bucket list. Bill was also an avid collector of antique trucks. He purchased his first antique truck, a 1919 International. He got that from a scrapyard down by the Mississippi River in the early 70s. After he overheard a driver talking about a scrapyard preparing to crush some old trucks, he believed old trucks should be preserved. So did Bill. So he made it his mission to purchase a wide variety of old trucks with the hope he could someday open an antique truck museum. He shared the history of trucking in America. Now you've got the Iowa 80 Trucking Museum, indeed, that opened in 2008 in his memory, and now proudly features over 100 antique trucks, vintage signs, gas pumps, antique toy trucks, and other memorabilia. The museum is free to the public there. Today, Iowa 80 offers 900 truck parking spaces, serving about 5,000 customers per day. The truck stop, believe it or not, employs about 500 workers. Quite the operation there, the world's largest truck stop. It's 844-844-3388. Back to work Monday, 5/7. How was your weekend?
Oh, well, I worked right in through Saturday. When you get home, it seems like when you get home at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning, and you got to go to bed at Sunday at 1 or 2, so
ain't much of a
they
weekend.
all seem to run. No, just it's all doing a little bit of housework and laying around watching TV. We're still watching Christmas programs, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, Chicken Soup for the Soul channel. If that's what's on Christmas, Mama wants to watch your Christmas. I'm going to talk about Nikki Haley, but I will just say my experience with Iowa 80 back in 1986. I was driving a brand new 85 Cabover International JD Hunt on a 48-footer. And I swung in there, and great food. I just had a little bit of time to walk through the store, and I remember they had a antique flatbed truck there, and they were using it in the store, and they had product on the flatbed. It was very. I've seen maybe a 1% what that place was as built, and I really appreciate it. But that's an example of what a lot of truck stops used to be entertaining for the driver. You could burn 2 or 3 hours at a place and enjoy yourself on the road, and then get back out there and go to work. Back in that day, now they got everybody so wound up tight, on the V-logs and everything. A pilot truck stop or Love, just get in, get fuel, get out. Every pilot has what you need sitting over here on this hill, and driver can walk in, grab it, and go. We're so far away from anything like that anymore. Nikki Haley. Well, I'm sorry. That needs to be played daily, where Nikki Haley's saying that we need to raise the age to 75 before you can cash in on your Social Security.
You know, I haven't even tried. I'm 66. March, be 67. I don't know when I get into it. Probably when I find out I can work full time and receive it, then I'll probably do it. But I don't want to have to cut my paycheck down to
Right.
government funds.
I mean, I haven't seen recently in this country, what is life expectancy? 75 is getting pretty damn close, I think.
Yep. But what's interesting is they say it's entitlements. You know, and Republicans love to push that entitlement. But I'll tell you what, I'm pretty sure they think they're entitled to their retirement. They're entitled to everything they paid. I think it was 1973 or 74, a young man goes in, he's 14? Well, I had to get a health card and a Social Security card. But back then, they just didn't give them to you. You had to file when you went to work. And I was working in that roadside diner in Eau Gallie, Florida, and washing dishes and coming out of there with bleach-stained hands and red chap. And when I got that check, there was that FICA. Now, whenever I filed for the Social Security, the man pulls me aside and says, I'm going to show you. You're going to see this come out. It's called FICA. Your government, in their wisdom, has decided to set up a retirement plan for you. So when you turn 60 or 62 years old, then your government will have money waiting for you. Well, you can see how far that is. In other words, I was lied to as a bad government. So, yeah. No, it just, if you work for it. In other words, Nikki Haley's saying that, we don't want to give it to you. But at the same time, she hasn't said anything about, the government needs to repay that Social Security. Democrats, Republicans, everybody that dipped into that, the people's funds, they need to repay it. Go back, I don't care. They can find all this money for these illegal aliens. Surely they can start putting money back in. Nikki Haley, I'm sorry, girl. I don't believe you're going to do it. And I'm glad of it. Now, listen, Nikki Haley, when she was at the UN, she was a female pit bull for Donald Trump. So she needs a job. She should get a job like that. But, man, she sold out to the corporate that don't care about the lower and the upper middle class, which is make America great again. That's the heartbeat of America, and that's the power of America, is put these people to work. Other than that, 5-7, we're going to try to make a second trip down here to Savannah, and we're enjoying the ride with Steve Summers, overnight drive. 5-7, we out.
All right. Over and out. There you go. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. All right, Lauren Weiss asked a question. So now that DeSantis drops out, does Trump pick DeSantis as a vice presidential running mate, or Kristi Noem, or maybe Tim Scott of South Carolina? Maybe they're on the bill. What about Nikki Haley? Trump's pretty much made it clear. No. It ain't going to be no Nikki Haley. It was a big endorsement he received from Tim Scott, a fellow South Carolinian, endorsing Trump rather than Nikki Haley over the weekend. I found that interesting. Hello, Billy. Good morning, Steve. The overnight drive, folks, we're at 21 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina. Have a great day. Norman checks in from north central Kansas, 29 degrees, clear and calm tonight. Hey, we might get up to about freezing today. That would be like a heat wave because it's been like below zero for 2 weeks in north central Kansas. Let's see. Dennis kind of chiming in about Ron DeSantis. He said, probably why DeSanctimonious dropped out. Yeah, Trump will likely be the Republican nominee before Super Tuesday's even here. Interesting that the term desanctimonious for Ron. Trump declaring this past day his desanctimonious nickname for Ron is officially retired after he dropped out of the presidential nomination. Ron announcing he's suspending the campaign, endorsing Trump just days before the New Hampshire primary. Campaign stop in New Hampshire this past day. Trump was asked if he will continue to use that desanctimonious nickname that he made up. You said, will I be using the name Ron DeSanctimonious? I said, that name is officially retired. Now, he first used that nickname ahead of the 22 midterms when the rumors were circulating about Ron considering a Republican challenge to Trump. Ron last year said the name calling was petty, juvenile, but he explained on Sunday his endorsement of Trump. I've signed a pledge to support the Republican nominee, and I will honor that pledge, he said. He has my endorsement because we can't go back to the old Republican guard of yesterday, a repackaged form of warmed-over corporatism, which Nikki Haley represents. And Trump actually said he was honored, very honored, to have the endorsement of DeSantis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, moving on. Next item on the list. Oh, yes, and 844-844-3388. The story of, remember the date of January 6th? Yes, that January the 6th. Remember the reports that pipe bombs had been found at both the Republican and Democrat Party headquarters. Recall that? The story that just kind of, well, they tried to let it fade away. No arrests ever made. In all this amount of time, with all the surveillance and technology that's available in this day and age, well, Glenn Beck's Blaze investigative team has blown the story wide open on who really discovered the pipe bomb outside the DNC headquarters on that day. The original story went that a masked passerby stumbled on the pipe bomb before approaching the Capitol Police to report what he had found. But as more information is revealed, the original story is looking more and more like a lie. Grant Stinchfield, host of Real America's Voice, says there was a massive cover-up. The pipe bomb was dropped outside of the DNC party headquarters, and the original surveillance tape was edited so viewers couldn't see who dropped the pipe bomb. Now, 3 years later, it's been discovered that it was not a passerby who found the pipe bomb at all. Rather, it was a U.S. Capitol policeman in plain clothes. After the plainclothes officer told the responding police officers, they proceeded to finish their lunch in their vehicles that day. How did the Secret Service fail to find a bomb prior to Harris's arrival? Yet why did operators of the Capitol Police Command Center deliberately redirect closed-circuit television cameras away from the pipe bomb investigation and detonation? Why do the Secret Service agent and the MPD officer how did they feel safe enough to actually finish their lunch before investigating a pipe bomb that was 15 feet away? I mean, there was no sense of urgency. None of this is adding up. Now, Gonzalez says we may never know the truth, but something severely stinks about that entire day. Yeah, just enjoying your lunch. Pipe bomb, just right over there. Okay, yeah, we'll get to that in a few minutes. That's something amiss.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Millions of Americans are waking up freezing today as another Arctic blast is in the eastern half of the country. Wind chill alerts stretch from Montana to Florida with freeze warnings in effect across the South and Gulf Coast. Folks in the Great Lakes and Northeast are also cleaning up after lake effect snow. Overall, nearly 60 weather deaths have been reported across the United States in the last week. Panera Bread's caffeinated charged lemonade drinks are at the center of another lawsuit. A woman filing a lawsuit in Delaware last week alleging that she suffers long-term and permanent cardiac issues after drinking charged lemonade. Two previous lawsuits blamed the lemonade for the deaths of a Florida man and a college student. And President Biden has nothing on his public schedule. He remains at his beach house in Delaware. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What do you say, jump back into it here on a Monday. Greatest day of the week. I trust you had a good weekend. They all have to come to an end at some point. So, 22nd day of January coming on. Other industry headlines. OOIDA continues to pursue reconsideration of the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's final ruling on regulatory relief during an emergency. Remember back on October the 15th, my birthday, they published that in the Federal Register, the rule shrinking the window of regulatory relief under emergency declarations from what had traditionally been 30 days down to just 14 days. They were actually considering 5 days. Now, OOIDA, along with the National Propane Gas Association, previously sent correspondence to the FMCSA requesting reconsideration of the petition filed regarding this change before it went into effect on December the 12th last year. In a more recent letter, OOIDA and the National Propane Gas Association are asking for expedited action on that position. The letter points directly to what we've seen over the past week with all the severe weather issues. How many emergency declarations did I share with you last week? Numerous states suspending the hours of service and other state and federal regulations. According to the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance Emergency Declarations Portal website, 14 states had issued some type of emergency as of this past Friday morning, as the entire country is confronting significant adverse weather events which may require hours of service waivers. Petitioners asked the FMCSA to act on the outstanding petition to provide some clarity and precision to this final rule. Now, they sent that letter, ironically, to the FMCSA Administrator Robin Hutchinson last Thursday. That was January the 18th. Of course, the following day, January 19th, as we shared last hour, they confirmed her resignation, which will be in effect as of this Friday. It's almost like there's not a problem there. There's not an issue there. We haven't had any problems with emergency declarations historically for those 30 days. Why they're trying to make a problem where one doesn't exist is beyond me. But what that leads to now is, in many cases, well, they can only declare an emergency for 14 days. So they have to come back and make another. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of effort. But that's where we stand. And yes, well, I can guarantee you, I would say 24 hours from now, when we come back and we're rolling into a Tuesday morning based on what is unfolding tonight, additional emergency declarations in all likelihood, if they aren't currently in existence, with the big icing scenario that has the potential to literally shut down travel and the movement of goods over a handful of states as we start the new week here. I can guarantee there will be some additional emergency declarations being issued. In the meantime, it is 844-844-3388. So there you go. None other than the National Propane Gas Association asking to bump that up. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Welcome to the greatest day of the week. So did you get to catch any of the big NFL football games there over the weekend at all?
I actually saw both of Saturday's games and didn't get to see either of yesterday's games. But yes, Saturday's games. So watch the Ravens pummel the Texans. You know, a lot of fans in this neck of the woods are just. It's not that they're just rooting for whoever would be playing the Ravens, for the Ravens to lose. You know, we're not Ravens fans, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I still don't understand. You know, I do understand the hometown part of it, but the Ravens, the Colts, the Browns, when the Colts snuck out of town so many years ago and ended up in Indianapolis, and did you see who was on the sidelines of the Ravens sidelines there? Peyton Manning and Jim Harbaugh were there. They're on the sidelines, all sporting Ravens gear. And did you hear the big talk there during the game that Jim Harbaugh's probably going to have another NFL career, going to be leaving Michigan and probably be going to another NFL career?
That's been the speculation. Absolutely, yeah.
There was a lot of talk that way from the announcers there. I forget who it was that was doing the announcing there, but I don't know. I've never gotten into all that. I back when I was kind of a little bit of a football fan there, I picked my one team and kind of stuck with it, and they've stayed in the city they were from, and I don't think they'll ever leave because I think that Iron City would have a whole big problem with them if they tried to leave. But anyways, so that was pretty good there. I don't know. I would have liked to seen Houston win, but then the poor Buffalo Bills, they're back to their old antics there. They came out playing superb in the first half, and we're right there, score for score. Actually started out leading, and then when the Chiefs scored, they came and scored back and got the lead back and got to the second half, and now their ability to play somehow always goes away. In the fourth quarter, their fourth quarter demon, just whatever that is, they did good all season trying to get to where they're at, but that demon comes back to haunt them. That
Yep.
they can play almost to the ability of their opponent. It doesn't matter whether they're a 1-16 team or a 16-1 team, but they can almost play to the ability of that opponent. So I don't know. We'll I guess they got another year of building, but they do have a good team. They got a great quarterback, and with Allen, and maybe they'll be able to get something happening on the draft picks and add to their team and do better next year. But anyways, so I guess we'll see what happens when Taylor Swift comes to Baltimore, how that game works out. But
are you excited?
No, doesn't do anything for me either way. So I'm not a Lions fan either. So I always enjoyed watching the Lions lose on Thanksgiving Day. So I don't know, where do we go with that? But we'll have to see how that works out with them and the 49ers, I guess. And so anyways, I got news for Chevy Guy. He ought to start drawing on that Social Security as fast as he can and take everything he can get out of it, because he's already exceeded the life expectancy of a CDL truck driver. So I don't know what the average age is for the male in the United States at this point, but
yeah.
I always know that the average age of the male U.S. United States truck driver is way lower than that. The coal miners and the truck drivers, and I think the radio hosts. I think radio hosts have a lower life expectancy too, don't they? Because they had a few vices that they had from being on the air.
Yeah, vices
that occupy their time.
Much like a truck driver, they spend a lot of their time sitting on their derriere.
Yeah, and got the bad habits after they leave their overnight show, wanting to go to McDonald's to get in a burger or a Big Mac or
White Castle.
Get on there to Burger King and get their Whopper, and have to get in a fist fight with those people because they say we only serve breakfast. We can't pull a burger out and throw it in the microwave for you. Sorry, but yeah. So I think he better just grab right onto that Social Security and get whatever money he can out of them there, and But yeah, so anyways, hey, so as far as the hours of service goes, I was kind of in and out, and I only heard just a slight little bit there when you were discussing last week there of what ones were out there already and how many have come across. I haven't heard any rumblings in this area yet for the Mid-Atlantic or Pennsylvania or New York yet. I haven't heard anything from those people from our people that we work with. Usually they're pretty good about getting it out there. I was kind of surprised with what we have for cold, but with the warm-up we have coming, I don't know if they can make it justify, because we're gonna start getting behind this week, but by the end of the week, and if it stays with any warmer temperatures into next week at all, that we'll end up getting caught back up again. So I don't know if they can justify it. Because a couple of years ago when we had pretty much the same scenario, we went the whole winter and never had a relief from the hours of service. So I don't know if it'll happen this year or not, in the Mid-Atlantic area anyways. But but I know out west there in the central part of the country and that they're fighting it pretty hard out there. Yep. So we'll have to see where we end up. But I always said in the beginning there when I first started doing this stuff about 15 years ago, and it seemed like we get them every year. It's like, why bother to wait until January? Why don't you just put it in at the beginning of the winter and just let us run all winter long, and then we'll just end it? Because it was exactly like you say. Even with the 30-day ones, you just get to 20, 25 days up, and they'd renew it, and it'd be good for another 30 days. So the only thing this is going to benefit is, we have to look to see who it does benefit, because I'm sure it's got something to do with financial gain. So at some point, follow the money, and when we can follow the money, we'll see who benefits, and that's probably whoever's pushing for it. So if we can ever dive down into this wanting to do it every 2 weeks bit, there's got to be benefit for somebody, or else it wouldn't have come up as an issue. So at that point, that's what we kind of got to look for, to see who's benefiting out of it, because it's not the trucking industry. I'll tell you that right now. So I mean, we benefit by. Wait a minute. No, we have to work more hours. They say we make more money, but we get paid the same for everything we haul. So it doesn't matter if we do it in 70 hours or 90 hours. We get the same amount of pay for it. So I don't know where they're figuring we get anything beneficial out of having to work more hours. But anyways, we've gone through this whole thing before and rehashed it 100 times, and probably don't have the right ears listening. And if they were listening, they wouldn't hear it anyway, would they, Your Honor?
They'd go in one and out the other.
So, yeah, it's safe. So, anyways, I don't know what else we got coming other than that. You talked about the truck show a little bit, and I forget there's less than 60 days to spring. And
yes.
Heck, we're only down, today's the 18th, or today's the 22nd, so that's 9 days and 18 days. That makes like 27 days to the Daytona 500, Your Honor. We're less than a month away from the Daytona 500.
Yes, indeed. When the 500 rolls around, you know spring is just around the corner.
That's right. We got to start getting really going on stuff then. So. But anyways, I guess that's about all we got going for you at this point here. We've already got the first delivery done and heading down to Virginia to get started with the second delivery. So we're going to see if we can find another load of gas and make something happen. But other than that, I guess we'll keep listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and anybody else out there doesn't want to hear all horse feathers, and unless we want to do we could do if it's kind of quiet, we could always do that, that sing-along old-time truck driving songs with horse feathers if we dial 844-844-3388. Anyways, all right, Your Honor. You know your due diligence at this point, right?
Let's go out and find an intelligent caller. Hey, for those that have booked our cruise coming up in October, yeah, more often than not, a number of guests. Of course, most of us go down the day early on Friday to get settled in and make sure we don't have airline delays. If you're flying in on Saturday, you always run the risk with air travel, and you could miss the boat. You don't want to miss the boat because they don't wait for you. But after the cruise, a lot of times we would also. After the hassle of getting off the ship and going through customs and try to unwind, we'd go back and maybe spend one additional night at the hotel or a hotel. It's been kind of a tradition, but a number of folks who have been trying to make reservations after the cruise. We're talking about how outrageous the prices were, that I think Embassy Suites in Miami is already sold out. They had checked, I think, the Embassy Suite in Fort Lauderdale, nearly an hour away. That sold out. What the hell's going on? And we were speculating maybe, that time, maybe there was maybe the Dolphins were in town or something, a football game, but it's got to be something bringing a lot of people in. Scotty, I believe, found the answer to that question, and he shared that with me over the weekend. We'll break that down. We'll explain coming up right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive cruise, we depart. Ship sets sail on October the 12th. And we return to the port of Miami on October the 20th. That is a Sunday, which apparently just so happens to coincide with the date of none other than Taylor Swift's final concert in the fall of 2024. And that's not all. Obviously, she's performing in Miami. They just announced, forget the lakes, it's time to hit the seas. Royal Caribbean and the Marvelous Mouse Travels announcing the most special way to celebrate the final dates of Taylor Swift's world-conquering Eras Tour. A Swift-themed cruise will set off from Miami the day after Swift's final concert there in the fall of 24, taking a literal boatload of her biggest fans on a 4-night Bahaman cruise. The cruise is a fan-sponsored event put together by 3 Swift-obsessed travel agents with Marvelous Mouse Travels. It's a collaboration with Royal Caribbean, taking place on the cruise company's massive Allure of the Seas ship. Now, this event, they say, actually has no affiliation with Taylor herself. Like, she's not going to be on the ship. But what sets this cruise apart is not only that it'll be full of Swifties, but also featuring tons of events and parties specifically tailored around her music. From karaoke nights to friendship bracelet exchanges, the cruise is designed to keep the magic of the Eras Tour going, even as it is about to reach its end. If you're ready to party Swiftie style, here's the details. Right now, you can join a waiting list on the cruise's website to book a room on the ship. You'll need to make a $100 deposit. Then select the type of room you're requesting. Each room houses 2 guests. An interior room goes for $1,500 and some change. A boardwalk balcony, over $1,900. Ocean view runs you $2,100 and some change. The balcony room. Now, considering how expensive the difficult to get Eras Tour tickets are, splitting the room with your bestie for less than $800 each, not so bad, they say. But this is the timing. The cruise will kick off on October 21 in Miami. Remember, we returned to the port on the 20th in Miami. After setting off from the port of Miami, you'll enjoy a day on Royal Caribbean's private island, Coco Bay. Then we'll make our way to Nassau, Bahamas. Finally, there will be one final night on the sea before arriving back at the port of Miami on October 25th. So that's the rationale, the reasoning. First of all, the concert is obviously on the 20th. Yeah, the 20th of October, the day we return to the port of Miami. And it's going to be the final concert of the tour. So that kind of explains the madness that will be Miami, Florida on that day. All right, so now we know the rest of the story. I pretty much, yes, I don't know where Scott found that at, but that pretty much, that nailed it. That's the rationale. All right, hello to Santa Claus. You wanted to throw out a heads up out west. Of course, our next wintry system coming ashore, I-80 in the Northern California area. The Sierra Nevada chain laws up once again. Chains are required on all vehicles except four-wheel drive vehicles with snow tires on all four wheels. From Kingvale, Placer, Colorado to the Donald Lake Interchange. Eastbound trucks are being screened at Applegate. You must have maximum chains in possession to proceed. Permit loads prohibited. Westbound, pretty much the same. Let's see. From Donner Lake Interchange to the 4.7 mile west of Kingvale. Westbound trucks are being screened 5 miles west of Reno. At Mogul, drivers must have maximum chains in order to proceed. Permit loads are prohibited. So another beautiful day across, I guess, that's Donner, right? Donner Summit. As our next storm comes off the Pacific. And that trend has been ongoing and will continue. You know, we've already had 5 consistent, one after another, 5 storms impacting the West. More to come this week. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is suspending his presidential campaign, making the announcement in a video posted on X. DeSantis says he is now endorsing former President Donald Trump in the race.
It's clear to me that a majority of Republican primary voters want to give Donald Trump another chance. They watch his presidency get stymied by relentless resistance, and they see Democrats using lawfare this day to attack him. Well, I've had disagreements with Donald Trump, such as on the coronavirus pandemic and his elevation of Anthony Fauci. Trump is superior to the current incumbent, Joe Biden. That is clear.
President Biden is continuing to blame Congress and not his policies regarding the ongoing border crisis. During an annual winter conference for U.S. mayors at the White House, the administration faces pressure to send more federal resources.
Over and over, I've asked for resources to step up action at the border. In October, I asked Congress to fund for funding that would add another 22,000 additional border agents and officers, hundreds of new immigration judges to make the judgments on the spot, a new detection equipment to stop fentanyl from coming into the country.
The Biden administration is forgiving nearly $5 billion in student debt for around 74,000 Americans. The White House saying more than half of the borrowers eligible for the debt relief are teachers, nurses, firefighters, and others who worked in public sector jobs for more than a decade. It's the latest rounds of debt cancellation since the Supreme Court struck down President Biden's sweeping student loan forgiveness program. Israel has discovered an underground camp that at one point held around 20 hostages. It was found at the end of a kilometer-long booby-trapped tunnel in the southern part of the Gaza Strip. The Israeli military describing the holding area as having 5 narrow rooms. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The New Hampshire primary is days away, so candidates are pushing for last-minute votes. While President Biden is not even on the ballot, Democratic presidential candidate Dean Phillips from Minnesota shares why he thinks he should win and why he got into the election on Fox News.
70% of our country does not want a Biden-Trump rematch. So why are not more Democrats running for president? I did, and that's why I'm here.
President Biden is facing historically low approval numbers. This as Republican candidate Nikki Haley shares her thoughts on why she believes she's a stronger candidate than former President Donald Trump.
It's not about liking Donald Trump or not. It's about the fact that we can't afford to not win in November. We can't afford to get this wrong. And when you look at those polls, I win every single swing state. Donald Trump does not. We can't have a President Kamala Harris.
Panera Bread's caffeinated charged lemonade drinks are at the center of another lawsuit. A woman filing a lawsuit in Delaware last week alleging that she suffers long-term and permanent cardiac issues after drinking charged lemonade. 2 previous lawsuits blamed the lemonade for the deaths of a Florida man and a college student. And President Biden has nothing on his public schedule. He remains at his beach house in Delaware. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back on board as we roll into a Monday. Yeah, one more hour and we'll roll into a Monday on the West Coast. Get everybody on the same page. 22nd day of January. Yeah, talking about a weather pattern change on the way for the south central and southeastern states this week. Waves of storms projected to funnel in moisture across the region. Now, forecasters warn this extended stretch of wet weather and frequent downpours will result in areas of flash flooding, travel disruptions. Southward dip in the jet stream is going to help transport energy from the California coast to the southern plains. This is the initial wave of rainfall across portions of Texas. Winds were gusting across the plains Sunday morning, 30, 40 miles per hour at times, across a large chunk of Oklahoma, all the way up to Minneapolis. Now, other areas beginning to notice some improvements as far as your daytime temperatures. Compared to a week ago, things starting to warm up a little bit. But as this heavy rain gets underway to start the new week, a very moist air mass surging out of the Gulf in areas of the plains. And we're looking at, obviously, the disruptive ice threat to start the week here from the northern fringes, from northeast Texas all the way into Illinois. Some areas that will see that icy mixed, and that is falling as we speak. Forecasters say that an expansive swath from central and eastern Texas to northern Georgia, western North Carolina, and far southern West Virginia could see 2 to 4 inch rainfall totals throughout the coming week. Busy areas like Houston could be among some of the areas that have relentless stormy conditions for several days. Showers move into the Houston area Sunday night. Steadier rain continues to develop through the day ahead. By later this afternoon, rain will be heavy at times. Could see some flash flooding. Now, from Sunday night, from tonight to Thursday night, areas of southeastern Texas, including Houston, could pick up with upwards of 4 inches of rainfall. That corridor of heavy rain is expected to extend through central Louisiana, central Mississippi, northwest Alabama, and a portion of southwestern Tennessee. So soggy conditions coming on here. There are some storm rainfall totals in parts of the south this week that could see up to 14 inches of rain. Now, one positive note to take from this is the rounds of rain will help with Mississippi River levels across the southern portions of the valley, as we've seen the extreme drought conditions gripping parts of Louisiana, eastern Arkansas, Mississippi, and western Tennessee since the summer of last year. Well, in addition to the flood risk, forecasters warn of an additional threat. That would be some damaging winds and possibly some hail. From Tuesday night to Wednesday, we'll see thunderstorms developing across eastern Texas, southern Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Could bring the risk of severe weather. Winds could gust 60 to 70 miles per hour at times. Could see some gusts approaching 80 miles per hour. So again, Tuesday night into Wednesday, and that could further exacerbate some of the flooding issues there. But good morning, Brain Dead. Finally back to work, huh?
I've been back to work. I went back to work, what was that, Friday night, Saturday morning. But, you know, they keep saying close the border, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we start with the northern border first, keep all that cold air in Canada, send it home, okay? No, I'm done. I mean, it's bad enough dealing with the driver around here. Just send the cold air back home. I mean, literally, Steve, it's like, it's insanity. I mean, we shut the warehouse down at Christmas. It wasn't this bad. I mean, I don't know if Dingback can send you the video. I'll send you the video later. But we have trucks lined up for days. They did a news story of an Amazon warehouse. It's about a few miles down the road. They've got drivers been sitting there for 3 days waiting to get unloaded.
I'll be darned.
And we've got trucks everywhere. And you know, it's just we're trying to get stuff out to the store. I mean, I went Saturday morning to a store in Oxford, Mississippi. They hadn't had a truck in over a week. They had no meat, no dairy, no produce, nothing.
Wow.
Literally nothing. They had a clean back room about damn time. But anyway, but they had nothing. I went to Tupelo yesterday morning, and the guy says, "You're the second truck that I've had since Saturday morning." They were wiped out. And he says, all the meat that I'm pulling off your truck today, which is about a half a trailer, will be gone by in the morning. It's trying to recover. I mean, and I'm going to tell people right now, for the next few days, if you're coming to the Kroger's warehouse in Memphis, Tennessee, call to make sure your appointment's not been rescheduled, or reschedule your appointment, because it is literally, and I mean, we're running on short fuses anyway. I mean, literally, I'm bumping my 14 hours, and we don't know what we're running. I mean, literally, I'm supposed to run perishable overnight, you know, meat, dairy, produce, etc. And it's like, come in, and it's like, okay, well, you're going to run a grocery load. Okay, we got to run, you know, I got a frozen load right now, heading to my last stop. But it's insanity, because I'll come in, they'll go, "Hey, you got 30 loads and 7 drivers." And right now, what we got tonight, we don't know. We're just trying to get it out.
Wow.
I mean, we got outside carriers coming in, even to run. We got outside carriers, Steve, coming in to run city freight. And I know a while back, I think Double R brought this up, and I think a few others have brought it up. These guys have no clue. I had to talk to one the other night. I said, he couldn't figure out what dispatch was telling him. When you go to Little Rock, you empty out the trailer, come back. And he couldn't figure it out. I mean, it's like looking in his eyes, you can see the wheel is turning, but the hamster died. No concept. And it's like on the paperwork, you know, you put your arrival time in here, your departure time, your pallets, temperature, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Self-explanatory. They can't even figure that out. They get so mad and so pissed off because we're taking so long to load. I mean, and here's the problem, and I got to do with a lady on Facebook about this. These stores load back pallets and bales of cardboard, etc. Those people have not ran all last week. When I came in Saturday morning, they were starting to run again. So when these stores have these full trailers of return stuff to the warehouse, where are they supposed to put these pallets?
Mm-hmm.
Cardboard, etc. They put them on our trailers. So literally we have to go out, empty out the trailer, and come back. And the store manager's throwing a fit. I told him, I said, look, I just do deliveries. Call 1-800-Kroger and chew them out. You know, I don't control this. You know, I'm sorry you have a small back room that's overflowing. You know, I mean, literally a lot of this stuff that we're taking off the trailer is going straight to the floor. I mean, this trailer here I've got was ordered Saturday night. Saturday delivery. We're just now getting.
Mm.
And the guy's like, well, do I have potatoes on here? I don't know. I have no clue. You know, the only thing I'm handed is paperwork and go, here, deliver. Just deliver it. Don't care about it, just deliver it. I have no clue. But, you know, it's just going to take a while for things to get unclogged. I mean, we're trying to get stuff in the warehouse to get delivered, and this lady was telling me excuses. I'm sorry. What do you want us to do? We're already working 24 hours a day. What do you want us to do? I mean, we can't get into your store because the road's being iced over. We can't get in and out of the dock without having some sort of a record. So what do you want us to do? I mean, the people that make these calls is 30 grades up the food chain.
Yeah. So it's amazing.
It's amazing how. I understand.
So it's amazing how one winter storm can play such a disruption, and because you guys don't have the equipment to remove the snow. And I mean, when you get 4, 5, 6 inches, that's a paralyzing storm for places like Memphis.
Steve, it's so bad, and I'm going to tell people, if you're coming to Memphis, not just Kroger, but anywhere in Memphis, the major interstates are dry as a bone. The major thoroughfares pretty much are 95% dry. Just watch the shaded spots. But if you have to get off and go down some side road or something else, take it very easy because they don't plow them. They don't salt them. But back years ago, and I know I'm going to carbonate myself other than that snoring Paul dingbat, because I hear over here in West Memphis already. They used to plow the roads. They used to be, okay, once it's fallen, we're going to run all the way till every road is dry, side streets and all. Now it's like, hey, you know what? We ain't got the budget for it. Yeah, we'll just throw some treat down and wander away. I mean, there's streets right now that got 2 or 3 inches of ice on the roads. Yes, I didn't stutter. I said ice.
Wow.
Because they don't plow. They don't throw salt down. They don't throw cinders down. I don't know what has happened. But let me take that back. Collierville, one of the big burbs, has a plow. This state of Mississippi does not own a plow, period. And they straight up told a radio show host, right, well, the way we look at snow removal and ice removal is God put it down there, God can take it away.
That's right. I've heard that.
You need to take a break, Steve?
Yeah, we do need to get a quick time out here, so let's take care of that. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So, Braindead, I presume with the warmer temperatures supposedly coming in and a lot of rain here in the coming days, your road conditions should be a whole lot better here in a day or two, right?
They're already 1,000% better now. I mean, it like I said, you know, all the interstates are bone dry. The main roads, they're 95%. You might have a patch or two of ice here or there.
Okay.
It's just the side roads. It's just the side roads. Slow it down, take it easy, and be careful. But let me go back to what these foreigners don't understand. We had one come up there last night or yesterday morning on a fit because morning he's demanding to get unloaded 2 hours before his scheduled appointment, and the guard is trying to tell him, hey, we have no appointments right now, it's first come first serve, you know, you need to call this number here to get a rescheduled appointment, and he can't figure it out. And he was throwing such a fit, they called MPD out there.
Wow.
And he started going off on MPD, like, well, where am I to park? Where I park? They said, we don't care. Just you can't park here, because if you want us to get you to park, we've got no problem taking you down to the jail. And that's when he figured it out. But these foreign drivers do not understand when situations like this happen, what's going on in the patients. The only thing they know is get freight to point A, unloaded. They don't have no, excuse me, they have no concept in calling the broker. Hey, you know, I'm running an hour late, and I'm running an hour to appointment, and I'm 100 miles away because I got tied up in traffic. You know, can we reschedule this thing? What are they doing? Running 85 mile an hour, bumper to bumper. It's like NASCAR now. I mean, it's literally like NASCAR. And they're so stupid they don't understand. If you don't deliver that load, you don't get paid for it. How are your family going to survive?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Steve, it's so bad. It's so bad. Last night, I had to move a trailer out of the way to put my trailer in the door to have unloaded, to put the drop trailer that the outside carrier had dropped and took off to West Memphis. He probably will not get no more broker freight at all from this broker because he abandoned the trailer. But I went ahead and put it in the door so the store could have something to do. I mean, it is this bad. And I don't know, and honestly, I don't know what we could do about it as an industry. I really don't.
All right. Did we lose you? I think we did. Hello, brain dead. Earth to brain dead. It is, all right, 23 past the hour, so. Yeah, what's the solution? The foreign drivers, it's an issue, big time. It is 844-3388. See what's happening with Pappy this Monday. Morning, Pappy.
What's going on, Steve? Sounds like DeSantis wants to join the Trump train. What do you think of that?
I mean, Trump, he said he's retiring the DeSanctimonious. I don't know. Is he gonna try to welcome him into the flock, you think?
Oh, he probably will. I think they're going to kiss and make up. He probably called DeSantis and had a little talk with him, and DeSantis kind of seen the light and was like, well, do I want to ruin my political career? Or do I want to be smart about this? Mm-hmm. I think he'd choose to be smart. I don't think Nikki Haley will be smart. I'm not so sure that Trump would offer her some position in his cabinet if she was to drop out and endorse him right now. I don't think she would anyway. I don't think she would endorse him. But who knows?
I don't know. I mean, Ron said he signed the pledge to endorse whomever receives the nomination. I think Nikki signed that as well. You notice the one that did not, and that's good old big boy Chris Christie. He's refusing to endorse.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a bridge to sell you over there in New York. I don't know, Steve. We'll see what happens in New Hampshire. I don't think she's going to make it past. Is it South Carolina that's after New Hampshire?
Correct.
Her home state?
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I think the donors, they see a lot riding on the wall. It's the same thing with DeSantis. These are people that are forking out the money for their campaign. Is it like throwing money out the window? I think they only got in it to begin with because they weren't sure how long is Trump going to be in the picture. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He's not in the picture. They got to have somebody. So, anywho, hey, sounds like this bomber is coming back into the limelight a little bit. Not in the communist mainstream media, though, Steve. Remember, we talked about this, man, several times. Steve, why is the media not interested in catching this guy that threw down these supposed pipe bombs?
Mm-hmm.
Not interested in it at all. Steve, come on, man. This was worse than Pearl Harbor. This is worse than 9/11. This was a insurrection to overthrow the government. Nobody was arrested with a firearm on them, but you got somebody or persons that dropped off a couple pipe bombs and they don't want to catch it. Sounds like FBI don't want to catch it.
Well, and you know, the fact that the narrative is changing, that it was actually a plainclothes Metro Police, D.C. police officer, and then the Secret Service, they're eating lunch and there's no urgency, like they knew there was nothing to be concerned with?
Yeah, why are they lying, though, Steve? Why are they lying? Come on, man. It's just Joe Blow walking down the street. Now all of a sudden we find out it's an undercover Capitol Police officer that found that. Bongino talked about something. And sometimes they do this with their Secret Service. But I'm not buying this at all, Steve. That sometimes on certain events, they'll put out a training device or a hoax device. That's what this thing was, Steve.
You think? I mean, because, well, they didn't detonate, but we got to pause there. Hold that thought.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Millions of Americans are waking up freezing today as another Arctic blast is in the eastern half of the country. Wind chill alerts stretch from Montana to Florida with freeze warnings in effect across the South and Gulf Coast. Folks in the Great Lakes and Northeast are also cleaning up after lake effect snow. Overall, nearly 60 weather deaths have been reported across the United States in the last week. Panera Bread's caffeinated charged lemonade drinks are at the center of another lawsuit. A woman filing a lawsuit in Delaware last week alleging that she suffers long-term and permanent cardiac issues after drinking charged lemonade. Two previous lawsuits blamed the lemonade for the deaths of a Florida man and a college student. And President Biden has nothing on his public schedule. He remains at his beach house in Delaware. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it on a Monday. Greatest day of the week. Yeah, we left off with Pappy. You mentioned something about sometimes they might put out a training device, to make sure that the agents are doing what they're supposed to and find these sort of things?
Yes, sir. But, Steve, I'm telling you, they would not do this on January the 6th, man. You would do that maybe on some low-level security thing.
Okay.
You know, you would not do that. Steve, trust me here, man. I think I know what I'm talking about a little bit here. Listen, this thing is either a hoax device and or a training device, in my opinion, that was set out there, not by any Trump people.
Right.
This thing was found at 12:40. The timer on this thing is straight out of Acme bomb factory, right? That you would find in a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Yeah, it looked like an old-fashioned egg timer kind of thing, right? That you'd sit on your stove is what it looked like to me.
Yeah. Listen, that timer was stopped at 12:40. So in fact, even it was designed to function with the timer to go off at 1 o'clock. which was the time that they were going to start deliberations in the Capitol building, it wouldn't have gone off. Number two, they said that thing was sitting out there for 17 hours. That was the first original story from the FBI. How did the Secret Service miss it? Right? Mm-hmm. How did the canine EOD dogs miss it? Well, number one, Steve, if it's inert, meaning that it's a hoax device or a training device, there's no explosives in it.
For the dogs to detect.
So a canine, so the canine wouldn't hit on it to begin with. But this thing was sitting right next to a park bench in plain view. Just seems funny to me that a Capitol police officer now that they tried to hide found it at 12:40 and the timer was stopped at 12:40. It seems a little funny to me. You might want to be interviewing this guy. I don't know, dude. Another thing, why were they telling us that Cackles, right, Vice President-elect, was at the Capitol building when in fact she was not? She was at the DNC where the scene was found. Outside on the park bench. Steve, they kept that quiet for almost a year.
And anywhere that the president or vice president is going to be showing up, that's where they've got the teams to go in and sweep the area, right? How could they have possibly missed it?
Yes, sir. Steve, I'm thinking that thing was laid down. As soon as it was laid down, walked over to the Capitol Police car and the Secret Service and said, "Hey, man, there's a pipe bomb over here, guys." I don't know. Yeah, and you're right, their response wasn't, let's say normal. You know, did they come over the radio and say, "Hey, we just were advised that there's a possible device out here," and did somebody else come up over the radio and say, "Yeah, we know about that"?
Now, was it just one? I thought the original story was there was one at the RNC and one at the DNC. Was that not true, or?
Yes, there was one at the RNC and the DNC.
Okay.
And both, right, stopped at 20 till 1. So probably whoever laid the one at the RNC laid the one at the DNC.
Mm-hmm.
And, Steve, we found out that the FBI had implants, man, at the Capitol that day.
Correct.
It's not FBI agents. These were
informants,
people that were working with the FBI, dressed as Trump supporters. This is a fact now. Douglas can call up and complain and say that's fake news all he wants, but I'm telling you that's a fact. Opening doors. Come on in, people. So if they had operatives trying to stir up the pot, who's to say that they ain't responsible for setting these things? Because I'm telling you think the news media, they'd be hunting this guy down. There'd be no stone unturned to find out where the articles from that device came from. Steve, they got ways of knowing where this stuff was purchased, when it was purchased. There's not only, if they were really stupid enough not to take the tags off of them, the things you scan, like barcodes. off of these things, there's numbers and letters on these things. They would know where that timer came from, when about it was purchased, just by the serial number on it. So I'm just saying, they went to great lengths to lock up Grandma for 6 months who didn't even go inside. And you mean to tell me they ain't going to find this guy?
Yep, right.
But D.C. is probably the most surveilled city in our country. Once you get down and around the White House and Capitol and DNC and RNC. They had video of the one guy dropping it off at the RNC, right? All they got to do is go to this camera. When he gets out of range from that camera, they pick up the other camera. Where'd he go? Where'd he come from? They can follow him all the way around that city. They know if he got off a bus. They know if he got out of a car. They know if he got out of a cab. They know if he... whatever. They can follow him and backtrack. So...
will we ever get the truth?
Probably not. Probably not. I don't know. Maybe someday, in the future here, things go our way. Some whistleblowers, some people maybe inside the government. Steve, I told you, man, everybody's going to have to pick a side sooner or later. You're either on the side of evil, or you're on the side of good. And your conscience is going to get to you someday if you're in on all this craziness. And hopefully some of these people realize that, man, I just can't be a part of this anymore. Gets to them. All right, my man, that's all I got. Sounds like it's going to warm up here the next couple days.
I think are we supposed to hit maybe like 40 today? I do believe so, and then maybe even some 50-degree temperatures here in a few days.
Yes, sir. I think it's supposed to rain.
That'll be like a heat wave, won't it? Yes, indeed. All right, thank you very much. Pappy, have a great morning. Appreciate you checking in on a Monday. So I mentioned earlier, Brain Dead had shared a little piece over the weekend on his Facebook page. There's a big difference between a truck driver and a trucker, is the piece. A truck driver does it for a paycheck. They have no connection to it. They have no love for it. They have no passion for it. They take no pride in it. They don't care what they drive, the shape it's in, or what anyone else thinks of it. It makes money, and that's good enough for them. If they crash, there's another company that'll take them. If they happen to lose their license, no big deal. There's another paycheck somewhere. A trucker is the exact opposite. Their rig is an extension of them. It represents them. It's the largest, flashiest business card you'll ever see. They do it for the love of it. They do it because diesel runs through their veins. They do it for polished chrome and the glow of 1,000 chicken lights. They do it for the thumbs up and the little kid doing the arm pump for the air horns. They do it to live. The slightest scratch on their big rig is as heartbreaking as losing a friend. They handle that truck with pride and velvet gloves. They'd never risk doing damage to something they've put their soul into. Sometimes they truck for reasons they don't even understand. But they know it feels right. The paycheck? It's an added bonus. Truckers are a dying breed. The introduction of electronic and log devices and other extensive overreaching regulations is, yes, indeed. I guess long story short, he said, which would you rather share the road with, a truck driver or a trucker? That's the question.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you say? Let's head on down to the Sunshine State. Morning, Philip. Happy Monday.
Hey, buddy. How you doing today?
Oh, it's a Monday, you know. How am I supposed to be doing? The greatest day of the week.
You know, every day is the greatest day of the week, Steve. When you wake up and you get to move around, that's a great day. A lot of people underestimate that. You're talking about a trucker. Now, Brain Dead, there is a trucker. I'm going to tell you why he's a trucker. And he said it in his conversation with you. He's a trucker because he cares about feeding people. So if he wasn't in that chain with that grocery store, he cares about getting them loads out there to those folks so they can eat. Now, that's a trucker. Am I right, Steve?
Yes, sir.
And a truck driver is more or less, you're just bringing it there, you're dropping it, you're just a hired gun, you're doing what you got to do to get by. That isn't it. That ain't the thing. I did it for 25 years. It took a lot for me to hang it up. I still keep my CDL. I still keep everything going. But you know what? There might be that chance one day I might be back in that truck. That's a trucker. You know, those are the guys that take it to the heart.
Yep.
You know, I will say this. I don't need chicken lights and I don't need fancy chrome to do what I need to do when I drove a truck. I didn't need all that stuff, like, you know, but it is what it is. Now, Brain Dead was right in a lot of things about them loads. It seems like when a major disaster happens, like this is a major disaster, this storm that came across, just like a hurricane or like anything else, tornado. It takes time to catch up. That's what they're doing. They're catching up right now. So hopefully they can get things going. About DeSantis. I think DeSantis, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I think he ran out of money. What do you think, Steve?
Really? I was just looking. I was more inclined to look at the polling numbers out of New Hampshire. That I think he knew he probably would get embarrassed tomorrow on Tuesday because he was only like polling in the 5 or 6% range.
I know that he had pulled a lot of his folks out of those offices because of constraints with money.
Lack of funding.
I think that's personally, Yeah, absolutely. I think he had a lot of, lack of funding. Now, here's the thing that I'm thinking, and Pappy kind of touched on it there a little bit when he was talking, was what about that VP spot? Somebody's got to take it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're in good standings, then, now wasn't his name thrown around before this, Steve, before he even talked about running for president? When things were, hey, let's put him into the VP spot, and there was a lot of talk about that, especially now with the deal with Pence. Trump wasn't very happy with Pence and the way things ended with him and Pence on their deal with when Biden came into office. DeSantis is a young man. He's not 80 years old like the guys that are out there running right now.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a good backup. It looks that way. But and all in all, and I think what Ron DeSantis needs to do is he needs to focus on being a governor. There's a lot of things that need to be taken care of down here that haven't been taken care of. And I think he needs to come back into that. I'm not saying this presidential election has been a distraction from that, but I think he needs to come back down here and pay attention to what's going on in the state. He still is the governor of the state, and he needs to take care of it. And that's something that needs to be addressed. But I really think it was budget constraints and what's going on with him. With that, I really do. I think it's the money deal. There has to be a time when you can't see it's going to be a winning situation that you got to pull the plug, and I think he pulled the plug because of that. So, and how many times have we seen Kansas City play the 49ers, Steve, in all these playoffs over the years?
I don't know. Have we? I don't pay enough attention.
Oh, my God. Do you remember the Steve Young years, Steve?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Remember Steve Young?
Absolutely.
How many times do we see Kansas City and 49ers play back in those days? It just seemed like every year when it come to them playoffs, them two teams met somewhere in the deal. And it's just funny how things turn out. And I'm happy for Detroit. I'm sad that Tampa lost, but, it is what it is. And I figured Detroit would whoop them, and because Detroit's been on fire this year. And it's good to see Detroit up in there because Detroit has been terrible for a long time. So hopefully they can pull some things out. Maybe they can take it all the way. What do you think, Steve?
Be interesting to see. There were some good games over the weekend.
Oh, there was some awesome games over the weekend. Awesome games. I was kind of shocked at the Texans and the Ravens.
Yeah,
I was kind of shocked at that game, but you know what? Because Texans were doing really good. We'll just have to see how it plays out there. But I'll tell you what, though, that wind yesterday down here was terrible. I was trying to get out to this car to work on it because I wanted to change oil. I had a big trip over the weekend. I had to go down to Indian River County to a celebration of life for my aunt, and I was wanting to get in and service his car after that trip, and I just couldn't do it because the wind was out there. And Steve, can I give you some feedback so you can give Chris and them guys some feedback on the product and stuff?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you ask Kyle or Chris or whoever, can they get the 16-ounce and the 32-ounce bottles of the Stiction Eliminator in Walmart, in Tractor Supply, or even the auto parts stores? Because none of them carry but that big $60 bottle, that
the 64 ounce
or something like that.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of us out here who don't need that much product. And Steve, does that stuff have shelf life on it, or is it just good forever?
I don't think there's an expiration as far as shelf life on that. I know the Sta-Bil does have a shelf life, but the Hot Shot products, no.
Yeah. Well, I know that I went to Walmart, I went to Tractor Supply, I went to O'Reilly's, I went to AutoZone, I went to a bunch of different places just to see. I'm going to eventually probably have to order some, but Nobody carries the small bottles of it. They all carry the big old huge bottles of it, and most of it is about diesel. They don't have too much about the gas side of things. And I think that Chris and those guys could get a good profit off of that area in those stores if they can carry the gas side of it. So, just food for thought. If you can mention it to them, I'd appreciate it. That's all I got today, buddy. I know you're coming up on that top of the hour, so we'll talk to you
that'll
later.
be here before you know it. There you go. Yeah, about a minute away, as a matter of fact. Okay, so, yeah, the smaller bottles. I did get, who was it, last week when CJ called, first-time caller. He was up in the Toledo. I think he was at the Love's Travel Center, said that the Steve Summers Overnight Drive hang tags were on the bottles there. I believe it was Senior Heatwave sent me an email over the weekend. Wherever he was, somewhere out west. He said wherever it was he checked, there was one lone bottle that had the Steve Summers Overnight Drive hang tag on it. So most of them had sold. Well, I appreciate the feedback. Anybody else checking your location? Yeah, just send me an email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. And meanwhile, what do we got? Heading up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. So we'll be rolling into a Monday momentarily. And our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Former President and 2024 GOP presidential frontrunner Donald Trump held a rally in Manchester, New Hampshire Saturday night ahead of the state's primary on Tuesday. Joining the former president at the rally is South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster, who announces his endorsement of Trump.
New Hampshire is for Trump. South Carolina is too. We'll see you at the finish line.
Governor McMaster succeeded former U.S. Ambassador to the UN Nikki Haley in South Carolina's governor's mansion. In response to his endorsement, Haley responded by saying, "I'm sorry, is that the person I ran against for governor and beat?" Forecasters say a break from Old Man Winter for much of the nation is coming sooner rather than later. The Climate Prediction Center saying temperatures from January 28th through February 3rd should be much above average for the majority of the country. This as many wind chill alerts remain in effect for much of the country through the weekend. Mars helicopter Ingenuity is back online after a long weekend for NASA. On Thursday, the drone-like machine was sent on a quick pop-up vertical flight to test its systems. Communicating through Perseverance rover Ingenuity, it relayed that it reached its max height of 40 feet before it stopped on the way back down. After 3 days of radio silence, NASA successfully reconnected with Ingenuity by having Perseverance perform long-duration listening systems. There's still no update as to why the helicopter went out, but folks are happy it's back online. The Biden administration is canceling nearly $5 billion in student debt for over 74 million Americans. The White House saying more than half of the borrowers eligible for the relief are teachers, nurses, firefighters, and others who worked in public sector jobs for more than a decade. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The San Francisco 49ers are in the NFC Championship game for a third straight season after coming from behind to beat the Green Bay Packers 24-21. Trailing by 4 points in the final minutes, Christian McCaffrey scored his second touchdown of the game, giving the Niners a late lead. Also on Saturday, the Baltimore Ravens punched their ticket to the AFC Championship game by beating the Houston Texans 34-10. The golf world is mourning the loss of a major champion. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
Jack Burke Jr., the oldest living Masters champion, has died. Burke was not only a member of the World Golf Hall of Fame, but he was a two-time major champion who also won the PGA Championship in 1956, the same year he won the Masters. His Masters victory is considered one of the greatest comebacks in golf history, where he beat Ken Venturi by a single stroke after being down 8 strokes in the final round.
A man is in custody for allegedly trying to break into Taylor Swift's Manhattan apartment. It happened Saturday afternoon, and the New York Post says the man was handcuffed and was not identified. Swift's neighbors told the Post the man showed up sometime before Christmas and has been lurking around her apartment for weeks. He allegedly told one neighbor, "I want to see Taylor." For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
welcome back on a Monday as we cross over that midnight hour on the West Coast. Trust you've enjoyed the weekend, so here we go. Couple of friends checking in. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. CJ checking in here, ready to get the week started. It's a cool 10 degrees here in Northwest Ohio. Everybody have a great day. There you go, Monday. LORR, who says, hello, brother. We're down here in Arizona. 58 degrees. Everybody stay warm. Do me a favor, bring a load of that back east with you when you come this way, will you? We are looking forward to some of that warm-up. I think I did see a high, maybe 52 later this week. It's a whole lot better than the 2 that I woke up to Sunday morning. 2 degrees. Here, just a few months away this spring. Some are making a big to-do about it. For the first time since 1803, 2 cicada groups, known as, Brood, 19, the Great Southern Brood, and Brood 13, or the Northern Illinois Brood, are set to appear at the same time. What is known as a dual emergence. The last time the Northern Illinois Brood's 17-year cycle aligned with the Great Southern Brood's 13-year cycle, Thomas Jefferson was president. Now, after this spring, it will be another 221 years before the broods, which are geographically adjacent, appear together again. In other words, nobody alive today will see this happen again. According to the collections manager at the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History. That's rather humbling, he says. They will begin to appear late April. They'll use their forelegs to tunnel out from beneath the Earth's surface. Their beady red eyes look for a spot where they can peacefully finish maturing. A few days after they emerge and molt, the males will start buzzing, trying to find a mate. A slow building crescendo of noise that is a chorus that can be louder than a plane. Now, he said, this dual emergence will likely result in more than 1 trillion, with a T, trillion cicadas appearing in the roughly 16-state area where the 2 broods are generally seen. Forested areas, including urban green spaces, will have higher numbers than the agricultural regions. But to put that in perspective, 1 trillion cicadas, each of which are just over an inch long, would cover 15,782,828 miles if they were laid end to end. That cicada train would reach to the moon and back 33 times. One of the more exciting aspects of this dual emergence, he says, is the possibility of interbreeding along the narrow band in northern Illinois where the 2 broods will overlap. Under just the right circumstances and with just the right number of individuals crossbreeding, you have the possibility of the creation of a new brood set to a new cycle. This is an extremely rare event. Now, in most cases, the cicadas, which live about a month, will die not far from where they had emerged. But since they're not great flyers and even worse landers, they often end up on sidewalks and city streets where they could be squished by people or cars. And some of the urban areas, there will be sufficient numbers to necessitate removal of the bodies. But rather than throwing in the trash or cleaning up with street sweepers, you need to consider them basically free fertilizer for your plants in the gardens in natural areas. According to the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, during a 1990 emergence, There were reports of people in the Chicago area actually having to use snow shovels to clear their sidewalks of all the dead cicadas. Anyway, where do we start? The first wave, which differ from those that appear annually in smaller numbers, will show up in northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, northern Georgia, then up into western South Carolina. Let's see. Then it'll be central North Carolina, eastern Tennessee, and northern Arkansas, followed by southern Missouri, southern Illinois, and western Kentucky. Finally, he said the cicadas will appear throughout central and northern Missouri and Illinois, northwest Indiana, southern Wisconsin, and eastern Iowa. All told, these areas will be buzzing for about 6 weeks' time as they fly around looking to mate and deposit their eggs, that they cut little slits into the tree branches. Then they die, bringing them an unforgettable smell that he described as similar to rotting nuts as their bodies decay. Yes, they are clumsy flyers, easy prey for predators like birds. They do not bite, they do not sting, they do not carry any diseases. And they serve as natural tree gardeners. The holes they leave behind will aerate the soil, allow for rainwater to get underground and nourish the tree roots in the hot summer months. And then the slits they make in the trees cause some branches to break, and the leaves turn brown, a process known as flagging, but it's like a natural pruning. And when the tree grows the branch again, the fruit will be larger. And the rotting bodies of the cicadas provide nutrients that the trees actually need. 1 trillion cicadas, though. Now, that'll be pretty big. Pretty cool stuff, right? Hey, Vic, what's happening this Monday?
There's a lot happening, but I was just listening to you talking about all that stuff, and I just had to think, isn't nature wonderful? And when it's left alone, the miracle things that seem to happen. Mm-hmm. But I just kind of wanted to respond to a couple of your callers there. Whenever Philip there out of Florida was asking about that stiction eliminator and getting it in the big bottles, I don't think it ever wears out because I got one of those big bottles, 4 or 5 years ago, maybe longer than that. And after I ran it through the cars, I started using it to actually clean the carbon off a lot of those single-cylinder engines I was playing around with because they carbon up something terrible. And you can get another product that removes carbon, but it's kind of I'll just say it's toxic and has to be handled with care. And that stiction eliminator, it didn't do anything, but it eat that carbon up, and I don't know where it went, but the oil, and I could reuse it and everything. Matter of fact, I have some parts soaking in it now. So I don't think that, I'm sure at some point that stiction eliminator will wear out or whatever, but I know one time I asked Chris about that, and he said, no, it just absorbs the carbon and becomes part of the solution. Yep. So I don't know exactly how it works. All I know is it does. And the other thing is, he was talking. Philip was talking about DeSantis. First off, he can't be vice president unless Trump or him goes to another state, because the president and vice president can't be from the same state. But DeSantis can do an awful lot of good for Trump to go back down there and be governor. And of course, there's basically all across the country, they've had so many problems with HOAs that they're looking for some sort of federal legislation to kind of rein them in. And Florida, they just passed a new law, and they busted some HOA down there on a big fraud thing. I'd have to go back and pull up the website. But the other thing is, the big thing in the news right now is that deal in New York with Letitia James running around and saying Mar-a-Lago is only worth so much. Florida's the one that's going to decide what it's worth and what it isn't worth, as far as I know. Because one one of the competitors there to your product is actually based in California, and they've been trying to get him to move the corporation to Indiana, and it's like, nope, I like California's laws better than Indiana's. So, and I think that's pretty much true all over the country, that the particular state that a person is in, that their assets are, if they pay taxes in that state, they don't have to pay in the other state. So I don't even know how in the world Mar-a-Lago got into that, or the only properties that I think should be involved in New York, and the way I used to understand it, are the New York properties. All the other properties that Trump has, that's really none of New York's business, so to speak. So there are a lot of things that DeSantis can do to help Trump by basically forcing them into kind of changing their narrative. And I know Pappy was talking there Friday night about the Davos thing and the psych ops things they're doing, and then that's when I was talking about the deal that all those people over there trying to act all high-minded and how they have that. Basically, they are still susceptible to basic human instincts, with the escort services sold out and all that we talked. So, it wasn't, psych ops or the narrative and everything is important. And I was going to try to call before he called in tonight, because this is coming from Epic Times. But Epic Times said that Trump had a speaking platform set up there down by the Capitol, and that's where they thought they were going. But that pipe bomb thing, like I said, that was it didn't look like the real thing. But they used those pipe bombs to dismantle that speaking thing, and there were people that were already at the Capitol while Trump was speaking that were basically going around and, entering the Capitol and doing different things. But the other thing, too, is that as I was listening to that, I thought, well, if they found a bomb, most places, they evacuate everything. So I don't know why they wouldn't have evacuated the Congress if they cleaned up the Capitol grounds. And what they said was, when they cleaned up the Capitol grounds, the people that are outside, they were going after them for trespassing on Capitol grounds. I mean, this whole thing made no sense whatsoever. But it was the pipe bombs that were supposed pipe bombs, was the thing that gave them cover to cancel all the stuff that Trump thought he had a permit for and everything. And the plan was not to go inside the Capitol anyway, apparently, the way I took it. Now, that's just my own judgment. So, I didn't, Pappy's all plugged into that network and everything. So I couldn't understand, knowing what I knew, like when people used to call into schools and do the pipe bomb threat and all that stuff, because they didn't want to take a test or whatever. And I have a friend, of course, he's retired now, but he was a superintendent, and he said that the FBI told them to quit calling in these pipe bombs and stuff. Said, just let us know, go ahead with the school, because lots of times it's a fake, and we can, we can check everything out. And they kind of changed their protocol in there because, kids were calling in pipe bomb scares, and they were fake, and they were wasting a lot of resources on it. So, that's about the only thing that I know about and that was, 20, 30 years ago. So I don't know what the protocol is now or anything of that nature, but the whole thing just said set up to me. It just like, somebody's been set up. So how can you have an insurrection if they went around, if Trump thought he had plans in place and then those plans were interrupted by the official government? I don't know how you organize an insurrection like that, because if you plan an insurrection and then your plan goes all wrong, then you don't have an insurrection anymore because it was stopped before it ever got started. But the big takeaway is all you ever hear on the news: insurrection, 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 and this happened and that happened. But you just hear bits and pieces. And the other thing too is on this that I wanted to mention was this deal that's going on with Israel and everything. If those people will go back and study history, they keep talking about the two-state solution, and Nikki Haley was at the UN there, and she would have been part of it too. The simple fact of the matter is, whenever they decided to create a Jewish homeland in a Palestinian state, they carved out an area and they gave it to the Israelis. The Palestinians didn't like it, so they attacked Israel, and they got beat. And they attacked them in 67, and they attacked them in 73. They got beat all different times. Israel then took some of their land, and the easiest way I can explain this is when Mexico attacked America, because the Republic of Texas signed an agreement with America rather than Texas after the Texas Revolution. That made Mexico mad. So they decided that they were going to attack all of America. And Mexico at that time owned about a third of what is now is America. Well, they got beat. And they're still trying to get Mexico back. So, it would be like them coming to us and saying, well, you really shouldn't have beat the Mexicans. You need to give that part of the United States back, back to Mexico. So the simple fact of the matter is the Arabs got beat. The Persians at the time Iran actually sided with Israel. And they just need to understand that a two-state solution will not solve the Arab hostility toward Israel. It's going to still be there. The only difference is now you have two different countries if you create another Palestinian state, rather than just the way it is now, was where that Israel let the Palestinians basically still live in the property, even though it was Israel, like Gaza and the West Bank and all that other. And there are some people that made illegal settlements in some of those places that were Israelis, and everybody's well aware of that. And that's part of the problem. But the other thing is there are Arabs that still want to eliminate the Jews and Israel. And that's where the problem is. And they just need to accept all you hear on the news is there needs to be a two-state solution. Well, there was, in effect, a two-state solution until the Arabs attacked Israel, and Israel won. And they just can't accept the fact that they got beat. And then that kind of feeds into this whole thing that's going over there in the Mideast. And Steve, for the life of me, I do not understand why we just don't go back to World War II and organize a convoy going across the Red Sea there and get product in and out. And you were just mentioning about we can turn satellites on in with just electronic signals, clear in outer space. But even though we have all that technology today, we can't interrupt the radio signal to a drone. Instead, we send a $24 million missile after a $24,000 drone. I mean, I don't know what they're doing, but if they just put people in the convoy to protect that cargo going in and out so that they don't have to pay these ridiculous fees. I think they're 4 times as much, to go around the Cape of Africa.
Yep.
And to just, pay, I mean, there are solutions there. I know Secretary Austin has problems, but he has a large staff, and they also have a joint, all the different services. They have theirs, the Navy, Marines, Air Force, all that. I can't believe they can't get together and say, this is what we're going to do. And the other thing, too, is Saudi Arabia was beaten. The Houthis gave Saudi Arabia a lot of trouble for a long time. And finally, Saudi Arabia had enough of it. They were beaten up on it. And the world says, oh, you're being too mean to the Houthis. And we have a big air base over in Saudi Arabia because their crown prince, he's a fighter jet pilot. F-16 or something, I think. But anyway, there's a big military base over there, or there was. So we really have we don't have to have aircraft carriers over there. Saudi Arabia let us use that base. We could pretty well wipe out the Houthis and forget about them, and then we let Iran decide if they're going to make it or not. And that last thing is, the hostage deal back when Carter was in office, and those people were supposed to get paid for being hostages.
Mm-hmm.
Over the weekend, I seen that they just now got their money, and they had to sue to get it from the government. And it's like, why were we giving money back to Iran that was supposed to go to pay those hostages? I mean, I don't know what's going on up there in Washington, D.C., but it definitely is not good. And that's one reason why I'd like to see a Trump rematch, because more and more stuff keeps coming out. I mean, I really don't care who Trump runs against, whether it's Trump, Biden, or Michelle Obama, or anybody else. But the simple fact of the matter is, I believe that Trump going back in there and having his eyes opened up, he'll be more careful in selecting his cabinet, because, from Jeff Sessions on down, nobody ever did him a good job.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike Pence was supposed to be the transition director, and he knocked Chris Christie out of that. And I'm still trying to figure out that. You got a guy that's a governor of a state. He's resigning that. He has to take care of that being taken over. Then he's getting ready to be vice president. And then on top of that, he becomes a transition director. I don't care who you are. That takes a very talented person to handle those three major jobs. And let's just say that Mike Pence had his problems solving some simple jobs here in Indiana. So, how that all came about, I don't know. Whether the big money put him in there in place. I know how he became, I shouldn't say I know how he became vice president. I know what happened whenever Trump's plane landed here in Indianapolis. They said he couldn't take off again because it needed emergency repairs or something. And so therefore he decided to stay at the governor's mansion overnight with Pence. Now, whether Trump's plane really had a problem or not, I don't know. Whether it's a cover story, all I know is that's how Mike Pence got on the ticket.
The next thing you know, okay. All right, Vic. Well, hey, thank you for checking in on a Monday. It's news break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Millions of Americans are waking up freezing today as another Arctic blast is in the eastern half of the country. Wind chill alerts stretch from Montana to Florida with freeze warnings in effect across the South and Gulf Coast. Folks in the Great Lakes and Northeast are also cleaning up after lake effect snow. Overall, nearly 60 weather deaths have been reported across the United States in the last week. Panera Bread's caffeinated charged lemonade drinks are at the center of another lawsuit. A woman filing a lawsuit in Delaware last week alleging that she suffers long-term and permanent cardiac issues after drinking charged lemonade. Two previous lawsuits blamed the lemonade for the deaths of a Florida man and a college student. And President Biden has nothing on his public schedule. He remains at his beach house in Delaware. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733 888-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you so much. On a Monday, what do we have? Abby wanted to follow up on Vic's comments. He said, Vic makes a good point. Let me try to explain this. There is another theory out there that the Democrats were worried that the votes might actually go in Trump's favor on January the 6th, not knowing Pence would do what he did. And Mr. Turncoat, the pipe bombs were purposely set by the deep state to stall the vote on January 6th. You know, the same way that congressman here a few months ago pulled the fire alarm right before they were going to vote in the House, stalling, to get the Senate more time. Yeah, that was the reason he pulled the fire alarm. Yeah, of course, we had discussed that on the program, but pipe bombs were Plan B. In case Plan A, which would have been no entry made into the Capitol to disrupt the hearings, didn't work. One way or another, they were going to get that hearing shut down. Theories. Will we ever know the truth? All right. Well, Dingbat on board. So did you get to go back to work last week or no?
I did for one day, and everybody asked me, why did I come in? I said, well, just living the Arkansas life, you know. If you're snowed in, you're snowed in. You can't get out of your driveway. But it was quite interesting on the ramp to see that when they get the freight gets unloaded from the plane, goes straight to a trailer because that's how far they are behind. as FedEx Express.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, up and down you see 53s, and it's like when the plane comes in, straight when that plane comes in, freight from that plane goes straight to a 53 because Friday sort was about 3 hours delayed because of the ice.
So they're putting it on a trailer, just kind of like, what is it, like to hold it? Because it's not sorted out yet, is it?
It's not sorted out yet or not scanned in or nothing.
Okay, so they're just putting it there because there ain't no room in the warehouse?
There's no room in the sorting area.
Okay.
There's no, because, you know, up north there's planes that are delayed and everything like that. There's nowhere to put it at.
Very interesting.
And when it's cold, and it's hard to find find workers that will work in 20 to 10 degrees weather.
Yeah.
I mean, I told my boss, I said, you know, it's cold outside. I get it. If they want to wait for a plane that comes in 19-degree weather, I'm still listening in my van until that plane comes in. I know it's cold out there. I mean, I'm sitting in heat all night. Why not they sit in heat? I mean, they suffer too.
Well, there have been a lot of people working in the cold the last week or two. Are you ready for the warm-up? You're going to warm up this week, right?
I hope. Well, we're talking about rain sometime today around 4 o'clock.
Okay.
We'll see what that happens. Yeah, I had to meet with Brain Dead for a second because he left something at home, but you know how Brain Dead is.
Well, Dingbat, it's good to hear from you here on a Monday. Just chilling out this morning.
Before I forget, everybody stay prayed up. Yeah, everybody just stay prayed up. I go to the orthopedic doctor Thursday for my shoulder. So,
hoping everything
other than
comes
that, I'm
back
just chilling at home.
as a thumbs up. Okay, very good. All right, well, have a good morning. Thank you very much.
You too. No problem.
Be safe. Dingbat in the house. Speaking of working in the cold, there's a video that had gone viral here a few days ago. Dateline, Rockford, Illinois. Walmart was slammed in a viral TikTok video after the company gifted its employees 55-cent ramen, the ramen noodles, for working during a blizzard. The Arctic blast, as we know, which affected much of the country last week, dropping temperatures below zero. If the workplace wasn't closed due to severe weather, workers were in for quite a trek. One TikToker by the name of Millsy posted a video criticizing Walmart, which has garnered over 500,000 views per the outlet. Millsy's employed at a Walmart in Rockford, Illinois, which saw temperatures dropping to -6 during the day. In the video, she could be seen speaking before a social media post featuring a photo of two employees at a table stacked with cases of ramen noodles. The post by the Walmart in Rockford was captioned, "Brr, it's cold outside. We appreciate our associates for braving through the cold to be here. Stay warm with some ramen noodle soup and crackers." I mean, it was a gesture, right? Millsy says, "Walmart, you are a Fortune 500 company. On top of the list, you are a multi-billion-dollar company, and your way to show your appreciation is to give your employees 55-cent ramen. People are walking to work in -18-degree weather. Some people don't have cars. Some people's cars didn't start. And they still showed up to work somehow, some way, so they could get a paycheck." Now, she alleged that the backlash in the comments of Walmart's post was so severe that the company took it down. I can't imagine going to work when everything else in the city shut down because it's so cold outside. And they say they're having a party, and it's this. I would be so mad. I mean, I would clock out and go home. Now, some commenters in the video agreed that the reward was small, but others said, yeah, what they received nothing at all for coming to work during the storm, which is true. I mean, it was just, I don't know. What do they say? Is it the thought that counts, that sort of thing? But Millsy wrote in the description of the video, laugh my you-know-what off. That pizza party is sounding pretty nice right about now. Ramen noodles. I don't know. My daughter and my grandson love ramen noodles. Yeah, it's 844-844-3388. Can't wait to see what the gun grabbers have to say about this one. An Alaskan regional government is urging its residents to be armed and be ready. The Matanuska-Susitna Borough, the assembly voted last week to encourage its people to have guns and ammunition, linking the need to rely on the Second Amendment to an increase in crime and the lack of state troopers. According to Alaska Public Radio, Assembly member Ron Bernier said the resolution was presented to address crime issues, particularly in outlying communities. This sprawling borough is located northeast of Anchorage, Alaska. Last year, State Department of Public Safety Commissioner indicated that recruiting troopers was a real issue. And at the time, there were 11 vacancies in the patrol detachment covering that particular region. He said, however, that regardless of the strength of the state police force in the region, he would support residents being armed. He noted that other communities in America urge residents to be armed, noting the importance of safety courses and firearms training. The first defense is going to be yourself, he said. Republican State Representative Kevin McCabe said that amid concerns that he hears from constituents about a lack of law enforcement in the region, he supported the resolution. The resolution supports proper and responsible gun ownership. Resolution said residents of the Matanuska-Susitna Borough can provide for the emergency management of the borough and provide for and protect the safety, security, and general welfare of the borough and its inhabitants. Every eligible resident residing in the borough is encouraged to maintain a firearm together with ammunition. It further noted that the right to bear arms predated the United States of America and predated the U.S. Constitution. The resolution also stated that the Second Amendment to the U.S. Constitution restrains the government from infringing on the pre-existing right to bear arms. Now, in an op-ed on Red State, the one borough resident said the resolution was much in the line of the proverbial adage of taking coals to Newcastle. Spoiler, this is Alaska. Pretty much everyone is already armed. Out here in the borough, even the hippies have guns. It's not so much that we're worried about crime, it's that one never knows when a moose might get aggressive or a hungry black bear might decide to take a foraging run in your pantry. We all have guns, and what's more, we know how to use them, he says. Alaska, sure, like any place, has its bad actors, but it's been shown time and time again how armed citizens are one of the best deterrents for crime. And not just here in the Great Land. He noted that in Alaska, gun ownership is just pretty much common sense. Alaskans tend to be pretty practically minded people. It would be difficult to live out here if one didn't have a good, solid grounding in practical matters. Taking responsibility for your own safety, be that from the two-legged or four-legged predators, is part of that. Yeah, that's probably why you don't see many carjackings or home invasions in the great land. Getting shot, after all, can ruin a criminal's whole day. And in Alaska, betting on your chosen target being unarmed, that's not really the smart way to go. And it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Clear lines on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. Last week, we briefly talked about the X-59, the new plane being unveiled by NASA. And a little more info coming out in recent days. If you've heard a sonic boom, you probably remember it. You know, the loud explosion caused by a plane flying faster than the speed of sound. They can be startling. They can even crack windows. Sonic booms, part of the reason why there are no supersonic passenger planes flying today. And one of the limiting factors to the success of the Concorde, which last flew in 2003. The supersonic airline was restricted to subsonic speeds when flying over land or near coastal areas. And current international regulations still limit the speed of commercial transport over land to under Mach 1, or the speed of sound, to avoid the disturbance of sonic booms over inhabited areas. Now, NASA's working to change those regulations, transforming the boom into a thump, as they describe it, paving the way for the new generation of quieter supersonic aircraft. Doing so through a program called Quest, the result of decades of research centered around the new aircraft, the X-59, which debuted a week ago Friday. The latest in a series of experimental planes, going all the way back to the X-1 in 1947, that became the first manned aircraft to exceed the speed of sound. The X-15, which still holds the record for the fastest ever manned flight. set in 1967 at Mach 6.7. The new craft, built and designed by prime contractor Lockheed Martin Skunk Works in California, a $247.5 million NASA contract. Factory rollout now complete. The X-59 will now undergo the integrated systems testing, engine runs, taxi testing in preparation for its first flight. Set to take off for the first time later this year, ahead of its first, what they call, quiet supersonic flight. In just a few short years, we've gone from an ambitious concept to an actual reality. And the X-59 will help change the way we travel, bringing us closer together in much shorter time. It will be significantly quieter than Concorde or any other supersonic aircraft that exists today. It's extremely long and thin, almost 100 feet long, but has a wingspan of only about 29 feet. The nose is the distinguishing feature. It's about a third of the length of the aircraft. That shape plays the key role in making the aircraft much quieter when traveling at supersonic speeds. Of course, how does a sonic boom happen? When an aircraft travels at subsonic speeds, the sound waves that it normally creates can travel in all directions. At supersonic speeds, however, the aircraft will leave its own sound behind. The sound waves will compress and coalesce into a single shock wave that originates at the nose and ends at the tail. When this highly compressed shock wave meets a human ear, it produces that loud boom, which does not occur when the plane breaks the sound barrier, but is rather a continuous effect that can be heard by anyone in a cone-shaped area beneath the plane, as long as it exceeds the speed of sound. The X-59 shape, designed to prevent the shock wave from coalescing together. Instead, they spread out. With the help of strategically placed aerodynamic surfaces, the lone engine is also at the top rather than the bottom of the plane to keep a smooth, lower profile that prevents shock waves from actually reaching the ground. As a result, NASA believes the X-59 will produce just 75 decibels of sound when traveling at supersonic speeds compared to Concorde's 105 decibels. What that means is this craft may sound maybe like distant thunder on the horizon or like someone shutting a car door right around the corner. It may even be that people don't even hear the boom at all. And if they do, they certainly will not be startled because it'll be low and kind of spread out, not that loud at all. So going from that incredible boom to more of a, they're describing it as a thump. Somebody shut the car door next door. It's fascinating how that works. And they'll be testing that over populated areas all around the country here in 2024. See how people react to that. All right, 844-844-3388. Couple minutes, we'll be rolling toward news break. Top of the hour coming on. Got a full hour yet to come. And room for you on a Monday. I'm all for this. We've talked often on a number of occasions. What is the draw to running for office, to become a member of the House or a senator in this country? What is the draw to stick around and do it for years and years or decades and decades? That was never the premise of serving your country as a senator or a Congress member. Originally, it was about people from all walks of life, every day. Construction workers, farmers, dentists, whomever it might be, going to D.C. to represent constituents for a 4-year term or a 6-year term, then going back to their life. Somewhere down the line, things changed. And now we see individuals, well, maybe earning a salary of $174,000 a year, but somehow magically in 4 years, 8 years, acquiring millions of dollars in wealth. Something the average person making that salary by no means would be able to do. How much of that could be attributed maybe to insider knowledge, setting on committees, making regulations impacting various stocks? I think it's a real problem. We may be on the cusp of legislation prohibiting stock trading by members of Congress. It may be on the floor for a vote, according to the report from The Hill. Now, one thing I notice here that I don't really... why does it appear that more Democrats versus Republicans actually support this? I know this is something that crosses the aisle. Republicans, Democrats, they've all benefited from this, some more than others. But more than 24 lawmakers urging House Speaker Mike Johnson to bring forward the bill prohibiting members of Congress from engaging in stock market activities. Tell you a little more of what that letter to the Speaker had to say and what this would entail for members of Congress. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. President Biden says the southern border hasn't been secure in 10 years. Biden making the claim Friday while meeting with a group of mayors at the White House, and he was asked about security at the U.S.-Mexico border. Biden says that the United States needs significant policy changes in order to control the border. This as National Border Patrol Council President Brandon Judd claims cartels, not America, control the border on Fox News.
Look at the amount of drugs that are on our streets today. That clearly shows that the border is not secure. And then look at how the cartels operate. They flood our resources, pull our agents out of the field, can create gaps in our coverage, and that's when they cross their higher value products. That clearly shows that the border is not secure.
Alec Baldwin is facing new charges in the death of Helena Hutchinson on the set of Rust. Baldwin could face up to a year and a half in prison under New Mexico law after a grand jury indicted him on a fourth-degree felony charge. As far as what this latest indictment means to Baldwin, attorney Andrew Stoltman says it's not good news.
Alec Baldwin faces an uphill climb at trial. Historically cocky, arrogant, liberal New Yorkers don't do very well in criminal trials in New Mexico. So I think he faces real legal peril. I think there's a significant chance that he loses and he spends some prison time, which will be very hard for someone like Alec Baldwin.
Both 1 seeds advanced in the NFL playoffs on Saturday. The Baltimore Ravens beat the Houston Texans 34-10 in Baltimore. They now host the AFC Championship game and play either the Kansas City Chiefs or Buffalo Bills. Meantime, in the NFC, the San Francisco 49ers are heading to their third straight NFC Championship game after coming from behind to beat the Green Bay Packers 24-21. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis is under investigation. Now, she's the lead prosecutor in the case against former President Donald Trump in Georgia. New revelations link Willis and her special prosecutor Nathan Wade as lovers. The lawyer for Wade's estranged wife show credit card purchases for Wade and Willis. There are plane tickets to Miami for the two of them in October of 2022. Flights to San Francisco in their name in April 2023. Elena Haba represents former President Trump. She says this is not good news for Willis.
If the allegations are true, she's going to have her hands full with ethics issues and other things.
Millions of cicadas will be invading the United States this summer. USA's Corey Myers explains.
The cicadas are coming, and 2 broods are ready to converge on the U.S. at the same time. This spring, the Midwest and Southeast will be taken over by cicadas in droves, not seen since 1803. The Great Southern Brood and the Northern Illinois Brood will be part of a dual emergence. The Illinois Brood is on a 17-year cycle, and the Southern Brood on a 12-year cycle. The last time they lined up, Thomas Jefferson was president, and after this spring, it will be another 221 years before it happens again.
The House and Senate are back in session Monday ahead of Tuesday's New Hampshire primary. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operation durability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Go kick off that final hour on a Monday. A brand new week, a brand new day. 22nd of January coming on. Good to have you on board. A couple of funny things happened in recent days. Anybody catch the video from, I believe it was Jill Biden, the first lady that was appearing at a high school. And the high school was Hunter High School. And right there on the podium, the irony of the First Lady Jill standing before a sign that says Hunter High. In light of all the issues with Hunter and his drug addiction, that was comical. And somebody said, "Yet, who out there authorized putting that sign right there on the podium, Hunter High?" Somebody missed something. Then you had Joe out there talking about Bidenomics. Bidenomics, improving the lives of middle and working class Americans. Of course, that narrative has been taking quite a hit as of late. Recent surveys show most households are still facing economic hardship. Over 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, including 45% of those earning over $100,000 a year. Well, last Thursday, Joe made a rare campaign trail appearance, making an impromptu stop at a cookout restaurant in Raleigh, North Carolina, where he enjoyed a milkshake and a burger. Unfortunately for the president, even this lighthearted activity was not immune from the effects of Bidenomics. The pit stop came after Biden spoke about connecting rural communities to broadband internet, comparing it to FDR's rural electrification efforts. He stressed that he aims to be a president for all Americans. He ordered a triple thick chocolate and vanilla milkshake and a bacon cheeseburger with fries. But the photo op had one inconvenient detail, which was picked up by North Carolina Senator Phil Berger. Berger posted a photograph of Joe at the exact same fast food vendor 3 years earlier, focusing on the prices on the menus displayed on the back wall. Clearly, Biden's staff had missed this display of Bidenomics right behind the president. Bidenomics at work. The earlier photo, October 18 of 2020, when Biden was in Durham campaigning for the presidential election of 2020. In that photograph, the menu pictured in the background showed the price of a cookout tray, which was $5.99 at the time. A photograph taken Thursday, same place, showed that an almost identical menu at the same restaurant now charging $7.69 for the cookout tray. Thanks to Bidenomics, a cookout tray now costs 28% more than it did 3 years ago, when Biden had his previous photo up. Social media went wild. A $100 grocery shop in 2019 now cost $125.81. Bidenomics, said another. This is epic, says another tweet. Biden did a photo op at the same restaurant he ate at 3 years ago. Today's menu clearly shows a 28% increase from 3 years ago. The hyperinflation directly caused by Biden's disastrous policies. Thank you, Senator Berger, for noticing and posting this. celebrating that milkshake cost about 20% more than his last cookout visit, says another. According to Newsweek, the January report by the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that overall consumer prices rose 3.4% in December compared to a year ago, up from November's figure of 3.1%. Food inflation ticked up by 0.2% last month, with dining out seeing faster price hikes than grocery store trips right now. But the sight of the president enjoying a milkshake and a burger that many Americans have had to do without because of rising prices may not be having the effect that the administration intended. But things you just don't notice. Yeah, nearly a 30% increase. It is 844-844-3388. Hello, Scarecrow. How we doing on a Monday?
Well, we're still licking our wounds over that game Saturday, but I have to hand it to our quarterback. My thoughts, Steve, are he was feeling pretty bad for our kicker who muffed that field goal, so he thought he'd do an equally ridiculous crossbody pass that was guaranteed to be a disaster. It was, but oh well. We got over it. And actually, Hunter High, that did generate a bit of a chuckle to the driver of this truck.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Well placed. Thank you. Yes, it did. Oh, yeah, we heard it once again over the weekend how Biden's policy on the border, it would be successful if Congress would just cooperate.
Mm.
Well, he had his own Congress 3 years ago, and he hasn't been able to do anything. But either way, yeah, it's all Congress's fault. If they'd follow his cue way, everything would be honky-dory. Oh, the sonic boom thing kind of refreshed a memory or image I've seen. You've probably seen the videos, too. You can find them on YouTube. Well, we know we cannot see sound waves, but you've probably seen a plane doing a flyby where it'll have a halo.
Yes.
Kind of a ring right around the plane. I'm assuming that's the very moment that plane is cracking the sound barrier. I know Navy pilots will often do it as a display for the carrier group, in particular the crew members on the carrier, that those are pretty low flyby, and they'll time it just right for that halo appears for the approval of the group and all.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess in theory, yeah, we can see sound, but I assume that is probably the compression of vapor barriers in the air around it. There's others out there that could probably correct me on that. Let's see what else took place going into the weekend. Boeing, they just cannot seem to even get to first base anymore. You probably saw the video that was caught. So that was a 747 with the engine on fire.
Yes, I saw that. That was kind of scary.
Evening.
Somehow they ended up with something like they described it as a football-sized hole in the engine. Now, did I understand correctly that inspection before that plane, because the engine caught fire right after it took off, and they're saying that somebody was incompetent and missed the issue before the plane took off.
Well, then you know more about it than I do. I only caught the video on the evening news. It was probably Friday evening, I'm guessing, and kind of interviewed the girl that had taken it. But yeah, I didn't hear any details since or what led up to it or such. But yeah, it's certainly a lot of negativity on Boeing's side and such, but it is what it is. there's no doubt other things going on that go unreported and such too. But what else is new here, Steve? We talked last week, about the snow buildup on trailers and the need to get it knocked off. Well, this mild weather coming up now, this is, you can say it's not going to be good in one way, because a lot of this snow that's been sitting up on these trailers, Steve, the trailers sit in the docks and they take on a little warm air from the warehouses and customers and such. Well, that's melting some of this snow from the bottom up. And now it's become real solid, firm snow, if not ice at the closest level to the trailer, with this intense cold outside. Well, once it starts warming up now and trailers bouncing down the road, now we're going to get that, you get that 3-4 inches of really dense, snow. You'll see maybe see chunks bouncing on the edge of the trailer, and finally it'll either catch wind or it'll hang over the side of the trailer enough and come crazing towards your windshield and such. So yeah, we'll be hearing a lot of issues like this in the next few days, I'm sure. And that's kind of a far and wide. Wherever the snowfall has been, this last week or two, and we're going to be hearing those reports.
Yep.
Let's see where else. Nick brought up. He just touched on small engines and such, and that kind of refreshed my memory. And I brought this up a few weeks back about this small engine mechanic that had made note of how often you won't necessarily get all the premium gas that you assume you're buying. There will be some maybe premium or less premium standard with alcohol in the hose and such. Well, see, Vic kind of touched on overhauling and cleaning. The same mechanic has a video referencing particular oil that she was. It was about what got my attention. He says the negative effects of running steel chainsaw oil or two-stroke oil, and now she was not knocking the oil specifically. She said, the steel oil, it's as good as any oil out there. The problem is that it's designed and meant for that motor to be run at a high RPM, wide open throttle. It's great for chainsaws, great for leaf blowers, but she says she has a steady trail of weed whackers, string trimmers that come in, and it doesn't matter what brand, whether it's steel or any others. And the first thing she'll ask, what oil have you been running in it? Well, the weed whackers, you're feathering the throttle quite a bit. You might be running wide open, but a lot of times you're pampering it, babying it, for fear of chopping through the bride's flower garden and such. And then she said that's the downfall, that the steels are not meant, that oil is not meant to be run at a low RPM. It cannot burn it out. And what happens, the spark arrestor in the muffler, becomes, saturated and carboned up, and that leads to a trip to the mechanic to find out what's wrong with it. So, I guess that's maybe the education for the day. But and I'm actually looking forward to when it warms up here and getting towards spring. I'll take the spring trimmers out and take the spark arrestors out and see what's going on, because I have the same thing happen, to mine. They'll run for a while, but pampering and feathering the throttle, and then after a bit they'll die. And so that's just it. Like I say, it came to mind when Vic had touched on that. Beyond that, Steve, well, and I can't call it motivation for the week, but that's a start. So I'm going to have to leave it at that. Wait for the next one.
Very good.
Having me on board, man.
Hey, thanks for being with us. Well, welcome into a new week. That's what we heard from Steve there in Columbus. Morning, Mr. Summers. All the listeners out there. Well, yeah, the weekend came and went fast as usual, but we enjoyed it. Didn't do a whole lot. Just kind of hung around the house for the most part. But here we go. The coffee's hot. The car started against its will, but it's time to head into town, see what the new day brings us. Everybody enjoy. All right, safe travels there. Yeah, a preliminary report from the Federal Aviation Administration. Scarecrow mentioned the plane, the engine fire, shortly after takeoff from Miami International Airport Thursday night. The FAA said there was a softball size, not football, softball size hole above one of the engines on that Atlas Air flight. According to the report, Atlas Air Flight 95 departed, experienced engine failure, and returned safely to Miami International about 10:30 p.m. During the post-flight inspection, softball-size hole discovered above the second engine. Now, this plane, a Boeing 747, was headed to Puerto Rico. Video posted by Only in Dade shows the moment a witness captured the flames coming from one of the engines. NBC News received the Mayday calls made to the air traffic control, where there was an actual Mayday, we have an engine fire. Request access back to the airport. No, we'll go ahead and land. We have 5 souls on board. According to the statement from the FAA, the crew followed all the standard procedures, safely returning to the airport. At Atlas, safety is always our top priority. A thorough inspection will be conducted to determine the cause, and that's, I guess the FAA did release a preliminary report over the weekend, but we return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, good morning to Truck and Phil. Happy Monday, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stable. Looks like we warm up to 33. Fort Wayne today, 32 for Sterling Heights. As we get a new week started, Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back once again. Have a safe, great week. Semper Fi. There you go, from Truck and Phil. All right, let me get back to the push for the vote on Congress and potentially a stock trading ban. In a letter addressed to Speaker Johnson, the House Minority Leader, and key members of the House Administration Committee, lawmakers emphasized the importance of this legislative move in ensuring that members of Congress prioritize the interest of their constituents versus personal financial gain. You think? I'm thinking this should have been done a long, long time ago. The proposed legislation seeks to impose a comprehensive ban on stock trading for all members of Congress, their spouses, and dependents under the age of 18 years of age. The call for this stock trading ban is supported by a diverse group of lawmakers, with signatories primarily comprising Democrats. But this initiative to restrict lawmakers from participating in the stock market gained a lot of traction in recent years. There were several high-profile incidents despite multiple attempts. Previous endeavors to bring such a bill to a vote faced setbacks for some reason. The proposed ban would bar owning or trading securities, commodities, futures, derivatives, options, or other similar financial assets. Additionally, the ban would also extend to investments traded through an investment vehicle controlled by the covered person. To comply with the proposed restrictions, members and their families would be mandated to divest from prohibited investments. Alternatively, they would place these assets in a blind trust or diversify their investments through widely held, diversified mutual or exchange-traded funds or U.S. Treasury notes, bills, or bonds. They highlighted the existence of bipartisan legislation aligned with these principles and emphasized that the public sentiment that members of Congress should refrain from trading stock while in office. They stressed that a vote on the bill would uphold the highest standards for elected officials. We know the overwhelming majority of Americans believe members of Congress should not be allowed to trade stock while in office. We respectfully urge you to ensure elected officials are held to the highest standard, said the lawmakers. Now, like I said, I know that this is an issue that crosses party lines. Pelosi garnered a lot of attention. Of course, she wasn't stock trading. It was her husband, Paul, who made some very wise investments, made a whole lot of money. Not only Pelosi, but like I said, it crosses party aisles. There are numerous Republicans that have done the same, but I like that idea. News break time.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Millions of Americans are waking up freezing today as another Arctic blast is in the eastern half of the country. Wind chill alerts stretch from Montana to Florida with freeze warnings in effect across the South and Gulf Coast. Folks in the Great Lakes and Northeast are also cleaning up after lake effect snow. Overall, nearly 60 weather deaths have been reported across the United States in the last week. Panera Bread's caffeinated charged lemonade drinks are at the center of another lawsuit. A woman filing a lawsuit in Delaware last week alleging that she suffers long-term and permanent cardiac issues after drinking charged lemonade. Two previous lawsuits blamed the lemonade for the deaths of a Florida man and a college student. And President Biden has nothing on his public schedule. He remains at his beach house in Delaware. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, where we leave off there. Norman, out there in north central Kansas, said, yeah, we're going to be warming up this week. Now it'll be mud everywhere. Mud, mud, mud. That's true. I like the warm up. I don't like the mud. You're right, Gary. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go. Monday. What do you say, Mr. Horse Feathers?
Oh, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, of course, now that things are starting to wind up here for the election there in November, and we're getting all these people out there on stomping on whatever they stomp on and kissing hands and shaking babies and all those other good things that they do. They got this advertisement there for one of the representatives in Maryland there, and I forget whether he's running as a House Representative or it's the if it's the seat for Ben Cardin for Senate. But anyways, this Trone guy, he's got the endorsement of the person that is in the House of Representatives. I guess was the one that was trying to be the speaker when the Republicans were having their trouble trying to get their speaker, put in. So I forget what his name is. You probably remember it offhand there. But anyways, in the campaign, the advertisement, the advertisement for the candidate there, he says he's going to be the, he's got the support of the next Speaker of the House. Like, okay, so I guess they're planning on, the Democrats are planning on taking over the House at the next election. So, but the Democrats are calling him the next Speaker of the House. So I thought that was kind of interesting that they're so gung-ho about that.
Well, that was, you're talking about Hakeem Jeffries, because he's the minority leader. But
that's the one.
Okay, all right, yeah.
That's the one. Yep. And this representative has his support. He's back. Jeffries is backing him, and he wanted to thank him. The next Speaker of the House. He wanted to thank the next Speaker of the House for giving his support to him for running for the position that he's running for. And I don't know. I guess if he gets in, as you said, he'll be there until he's like 95 or something.
Well, if the Republicans aren't careful, they could take the House once again. That's a distinct possibility. There's a number of Republicans that are retiring or not running again. And then, of course, the Democrats, I think, lock, stock, and barrel. If you notice the trend that we saw last year, that they're all pretty much throwing all their 100% on the abortion issue, which, Republicans are going to have to get on the right message when it comes to that issue, or they will lose.
Yeah. But if you remember, we just read one of the polls, and, the poll said that, the border was like 75%. And when you get down to the nitty gritty of it, the abortion was only carrying like 1% about what the people were actually worried about on this next election. So whether we can believe polls or not, we'll have to see, because polls sometimes don't quite always work out the way they look like they're going to.
Correct.
But anyway, so now to completely change subjects here, and the news, this last news coverage covered it, and I sent you a little clip on it. Do we have to get Fly Rod and Heat Waves cookbook back out next year? We're going to have all these cicadas back here.
1 trillion cicadas. How many pizzas could that make?
I'm telling you. So we got this event that's happening since the first time since Thomas Jefferson's been in office, but we got these two different broods that are going to be out, and there's like now the clip I sent you said it was a 17 and a 13 year one we're going to combine, and the news said it was a 17 and a 12 year one. So I don't know who's right or wrong, but I didn't see the estimated in the amount of cicadas that have been festering in the ground and are going to be able to come out. But the other thing there that is going to cut down on the amount of cicadas is the amount of construction that's been going on in the last 12, 13, 17 years, and it's disturbed soil where these cicadas have been supposedly festering and working on. But is there any estimation? Are we going to have like a plague of locusts that is it going to be like an eclipse? Is the sun going to be blacked out by cicadas, or are we going to all go out of our minds with the buzzing of cicadas going on, that we're going to drive ourselves crazy and we'll look like that? What was the Martians there in that movie there that the Indian Love Call song there was got rid of the
Mars Attacks. Mars Attacks.
Yes.
The estimation is 1 trillion with a T. 1 trillion cicadas will be emerging. That's a lot of cicadas.
That is a lot of cicadas. Yeah, we might need a bigger cookbook. We might need more recipes. But anyways, but But, all our first responders are going to be in good shape, nurses, teachers, first responders, because I guess our president has decided that they don't need to pay their student loans back. So they're all good to go, Your Honor. We got more people out here with more money, so we'll all be saved by them, I guess, for this whole situation. But anyways, with that nonsense, I guess we'll let you try to do a little more due diligence for the end of the show to see if you can save it.
Okay. Oh, boy. Well, let's see what Pup has on his mind. Hello, Pup. Happy Monday.
Hey, how you doing, Steve? Hey, I got a question for you on the top of the hour. So what is a charged lemonade?
I'm assuming, like all these other energy drinks, probably a highly caffeinated, like a Red Bull or something, charged lemonade.
Oh, okay. Well, I wasn't sure what that was. I kind of been under the weather this weekend, but as far as Scarecrow, on those still products, they have to run that oil in there to keep the warranty, because they can tell if you change the oil. But there is a screen in the muffler part, and if he just takes that screen out of there, his weed whacker will run just fine.
Really?
And what happened? Yeah. What happens is it gets carboned up and it can't exhaust quite right. So I always just take my screens out and stuff. And this here's a public service announcement. You'll probably remember this. I think it was back when you were on your old radio station. And Pappy will remember this. We came out of sub-zero temperatures, and with the ice and the rain that they're calling for tonight, or later this evening, those roads will ice over extremely fast because the cold's still in the ground. So I don't even plan on running it.
So the ground temperature, yeah, because we were 2 degrees here yesterday morning. We're 16 right now. The ground, it's not going to. The air temperature is going to be above freezing, but the ground temperature will not. Right.
Right. Yes. Yes. And like it could be 40 degrees out and raining, but once it hits that ground, it will turn to ice. And just like the power lines and the trees and everything. So, and then I was going to tell you, you want a good example of Bidenomics?
Okay.
Last year I bought a cow and everything, and all the meat came out to like $2 and I don't know, 70-some cents. Now this year, we just got one and everything, and it's $3.80-some.
Wow.
I mean, that's still cheaper than you can get it in the store and everything.
Right.
But that's just to tell you how great he's doing for us and everything.
It's about a increase of about up about $1 a pound based on that number. It was $2.79, now $3.89. It's all right. Yeah. So yeah, they call it charged lemon. I've never had one. I guess it's something Panera Bread sells. Panera Bread facing again legal action based on their highly caffeinated charged lemonade drinks. For the third time since October, a lawsuit's been filed alleging the lemonade drinks caused serious harm to a customer's health. This time on behalf of a woman who said she's now stuck with permanent heart issues. 2 previous suits, one filed in October and one in December, blamed the charged lemonade drinks for the deaths of 2 people, a 21-year-old college student and a 46-year-old Florida man. while Panera denies culpability in both cases and has since added warning labels to its menu. This is the third such incident in which a consumer claims to have been unaware of the contents of the drinks, which are advertised as clean, plant-based, and naturally flavored. The new suit alleges that an otherwise healthy 28-year-old woman is now hindered by a serious heart condition, symptoms she only began to experience after drinking a little over 2 of the caffeine drinks. The latest suit filed in Delaware alleges the 28-year-old has suffered long-term permanent cardiac issues as a result of consuming the charged lemonade. Prior to drinking 2.5 charged lemonades at a Greenville, Rhode Island location, April of last year, she said she was an athlete who worked out regularly, said the suit going to the gym multiple times a week, playing soccer, doing obstacle courses. She also was known to have underlying health issues, though. As with the prior case, this woman, who's an occupational therapist and a vegetarian, alleges she ordered the drink because it was advertised as being clean and plant-based. But after getting halfway through the second lemonade, she claims to have experienced dizziness and heart palpitations. Having never had these symptoms before, she went to the ER the following day, where she was treated for atrial fib, the irregular heartbeat that can lead to blood clots, stroke, heart failure. The issues have persisted, according to the lawsuit. So she's now on medication to help control her recurring bouts of rapid heartbeat, shortness of breath, brain fog, body shakes, weakness, and tremors in one hand. Okay, yep. That highly caffeinated drinks can cause all kind of issues. We know that. And, rapid heartbeat, palpitations, undoubtedly. People have died. Some of these younger people consuming 3 and 4 Red Bulls in one sitting. Just chugging these damn things like it's water. Too much of a good thing can be a bad thing, and we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning to Daryl on a Monday. How we doing, Daryl?
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
How's the family and how's Stryker?
All doing well. Thanks for asking.
Did Stryker make it through the frozen tundra okay?
Yeah, yes, he did. I don't know. I haven't asked Steven if he likes the snow. My turbo. He loves to get out there and stick his nose in the snow. He runs around like a crazed animal.
I took my little dog for a walk, and one of her back legs started hurting her, and I had to pick her up and carry her back to the house. So I haven't taken her out in this really tough stuff. I caught a little bit of Ramblers church last night, and he was singing Heavenly Sunlight. And my dad was a song leader for about 50 years in Baptist churches in Arkansas. And I hadn't heard that song in 30, 40 years. I enjoyed his little church service he had. And I'm sure he reaches out to a lot of truck drivers through that show.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed I thought he had some holy water in front of his pulpit. I got to looking closely, and it was a bottle of Hot Shot diesel.
Really?
Stuff. So, he's promoting your show and promoting your product as he preaches.
I'll be darned.
He looked like Moses. He had a big long beard, black beard, and he would have passed for Moses anywhere you saw him. But I appreciate him, and I appreciate his love for truck drivers. I will let you go. I want to know that you got listeners out here in the hinterland, and keep on the trucking.
Well, thank you for checking in, Daryl. Have a great morning. Be safe out there. Have a good week. I'll have to go back and check the archived version of that. See the Hot Shot Secret on display there. That's product placement, as they call it. Yeah, I should have asked Philip in Florida about this, if it's made kind of local news down there in the state of Florida, which they're saying the world's largest deep-sea coral reef has been discovered off our East Coast. A massive 6.4 million acre seascape that stretches from Miami to Charleston, South Carolina, according to NOAA. Why are we just discovering this? I guess with all the knowledge we have about this planet, we're learning new things every day. The discovery, published January 12th in the journal Geomatics, disproves a long-held belief that the Black Plateau in the Atlantic might be a dead zone. Instead, scientists found a stunning ecosystem populated by dense thickets of the reef-building coral. For years, we thought much of the Blake Plateau was sparsely inhabited, soft sediment. Past studies have highlighted some coral in the region, particularly closer to the coast and in shallower waters. But until we had a complete map of the region, we didn't know how extensive this habitat was, nor how many of these coral reefs were actually connected. The reef's borders are between 35 and 75 miles off the coastline, beginning southeast of Miami, moving north to Charleston, South Carolina. I'm thinking, isn't that right in the zone where the Gulf Stream waters flow? One spot, nicknamed Million Mounds by scientists, accounts for the largest part of the reef. It's made up primarily of a stony coral, commonly found at depths of 656 to 3,280 feet, where the temperatures would average about 39 degrees. Cold water corals such as these grow in the deep ocean where there is no sunlight. They survive by filter feeding biological particles, according to scientists. While they are known to be important ecosystem engineers, creating structures that provide shelter, food, nursery habitat to other invertebrates and fish, these cold water corals remain poorly understood. Hints of a massive reef were found in 2019, but scientists waited until a multi-agency effort had actually mapped the reef before announcing this discovery. Data from the 30 multi-beam sonar mapping surveys combined with 23 submersible dives, was created to create a nearly complete map. In the process, they identified 83,908 individual coral mound peak features. The study documents the massive scale of the coral province, an area composed of nearly continuous coral mound features that span up to 310 miles long and 110 or 68, that would be, miles wide. Pretty fascinating stuff, but things we learn, new things on any given day. All right, as we head down the home stretch here, not a lot of time, real quick I want to take you down to the state of Georgia, where in June of last year, the Federal District Court for the Northern District of Georgia unsealed a 96-page Halderman report. Security analysis of Georgia's ImageCast X ballot marking devices. Apparently, Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, has been hiding this report from the public for 2 years. University of Michigan professor of computer science and engineering, Alex Halderman, and security researcher, assistant professor at Auburn University, collaborated on the report where they discovered many exploitable vulnerabilities in the Dominion voting systems. Well, the far-left judge, Amy Totenberg, sealed and covered up the results of the investigation of Dominion voting machines in Georgia and sat on the report until last week. This report confirming votes can be altered in the Dominion voting machines. In fact, the report revealed that the Dominion software is vulnerable and can be hacked. Yeah, they wrote about the findings. Why has she been sitting on this for 2 years? These guys actually, with a pen, actually were able to get into the Dominion systems and change votes. Will it go anywhere? Will it see the light of day? Or will this be buried and will continue down the path for a 2020 repeat? Have a wonderful Monday. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, be my dream.